purpose of this presentation is to cover fundamentals and considerations for rescuing and turning around a franchisor business and franchise network that is struggling or failing, with a focus on how to quickly identify key issues, then make improvements and gains. This is an introduction only and is not intended to replace comprehensive and specific advice. It builds on topics covered in Episode 5, Business Rescue and Turnaround, and Episode 6, Q&A from Business Rescue and Turnaround. All viewers and listeners should complete their own research and investigations before taking any action based on this presentation. The opinions expressed throughout this presentation are those of the presenter, and while well researched and gained through decades of industry experience, they do not necessarily represent the opinions of FMS Support Services. Unless specifically mentioned, no assumptions should be made about the identity of any individuals, franchisees, or franchisors referenced in this presentation. Hello, this is Shaun Butcher again from FMS Support Services. We are focused on assisting franchisors, franchisees, and all manner of small, medium, and large businesses, especially those dealing with the complexities of operating multiple sites. Throughout the last 30 years, I've been consistently involved in franchising in some format or another. I've worked on both sides of the fence as a franchisee and a franchisor. I have owned or part-owned 16 of my own franchises plus one franchisor, and consistently worked as an executive and or a consultant to many of Australia's up-and-coming franchisors as well as industry leaders. This is part of a series of presentations in an effort to address many of the most common questions, concerns, and topics that I'm frequently asked about. I'll speak as honestly as I can and provide as much genuine insight as I can. And if that offends people, then please cease viewing or listening. This presentation is best viewed through somewhere like YouTube so that you can see the keynotes on the screen, but also suitable for listening as an audio podcast for those who like to take in information while doing something else. If you haven't already, I would suggest watching or viewing Episode 5, Business Rescue and Turnaround, and Episode 6, Q&A from Business Rescue and Turnaround, as this episode, which is now Episode 7, will seek to build upon those two previous episodes. So, with that said, let's just start by covering what we are talking about today. So, this is definitely my favourite challenge to have been involved in over the years. Turning around franchisors, so think head offices, the owners and operators of the brand at the highest level. Those who are experiencing significant difficulties and or hemorrhaging money, I've found very rewarding as the benefits not only affect the franchisor, but also each and every franchisee in the network or the owners and operators of the individual locations. So those people usually have families and a team of staff to support from their franchise locations. In simple terms, if the franchisor is succeeding, the benefits flow to the franchisees. Likewise, if the franchisor is struggling or failing, then the franchisees will suffer by default. It is extremely rare to see a situation where a franchisor is in need of rescuing or turning around, but the franchisees are doing fine. Almost always, if the franchisor is in trouble, the franchisees are generally suffering more and worse. Now, sometimes I've been involved in turning around segments of a franchisor, such as corporate-owned divisions, which are the stores or locations that are owned by the franchisor, and sadly often run at massive losses in many franchise networks. Or I've been involved in turning around operations and training teams, or the entire franchisor and franchisee network as either a CEO, GM, managing director, or a specialized consultant. So I'm looking at this as potentially you are coming in as a new executive, CEO, or general manager to fix a franchisor, regardless of whether they realize they are in trouble or not. Maybe you are already running a franchisor or high up in a franchisor support team or head office, potentially on the board of a franchisor, and you can see the warning signs that you're in trouble. If you're working directly for the franchisor, I'm making the assumption that you have the ability to make changes and have an impact, not just sit there and carry on a failing legacy. Maybe, if you're rich, you're actually buying a franchisor that is already in trouble, hopefully for a bargain price. Maybe even you're a consultant who has been invited to review a franchisor in trouble. Maybe you are a franchisee in a network that is struggling and want to give your franchisor some advice. Apologies in advance to those franchisors. No, not really. The previous episode 5 business rescue and turnaround presentation largely focused on a basic structure for evaluating and preparing to turn around a single location or business as it applies to people like franchisees. However, the basic strategy is also relevant to much larger organizations, such as an entire franchisor and franchisee network. So let's refresh from the previous episodes. So, common types of rescue and turnaround operations. So, this is from episode 5, Business Rescue and Turnaround, where we spoke about the types of circumstances that can lead to a business needing to be rescued or turned around. However, this time we will look at it more from a franchisor perspective. And then for the majority of the presentation, we'll go in and add in some much more specific considerations when looking at rescuing or turning around a franchisor. So, number one, a business losing money. Now, this is the most obvious situation. Since this is focused on franchisors, I would absolutely include situations where not just the franchisor is losing money, but also the franchisees within the network. In most situations where the franchisor is losing money, the vast majority of franchisees will also be losing money. The reasons that franchisees losing money has a flow on effect to the franchisors are pretty obvious. But first and foremost, if the franchisees can't afford to pay fees to the franchisor because they're broke, the franchisees also probably don't have a lot of revenue coming in, which in most franchises will be a problem for the franchisor as the majority of the fee structures are percentage based. So even if the franchisees can afford to pay fees, it probably won't amount to much. Franchisees who lose money over the long term are also likely to end up closing their franchise, and that will mean that there's no revenue coming in for the franchisor from that site ever again. It also means attracting new franchisees becomes extremely hard because most franchisees won't want to sign up to a concept where they are likely to lose money, which means no new blood and money for the franchisor. Franchisees who are losing money also tend to create more headaches for the franchisor, meaning the franchisor spends a lot of time and resources dealing with these problems and headaches, which costs the franchisor money. From a franchisor head office perspective, the head office team will generally turn over much quicker as well, especially those in franchisee facing positions. Because let's face it, it's just not very pleasant to deal with franchisees who are losing money every day when you have no answers for them. So the franchisor is then wasting more money on filling their own vacancies and the costs associated with a high staff turnover. Sadly, franchisee profitability is something that a concerning portion of franchisors only give lip service to caring about, not realizing it can bite them in the ass in the long term. However, I have occasionally also seen situations where the franchisor is losing money, but many franchisees aren't. There may be several reasons for this type of situation. The most common I've seen are those where franchisees are refusing to pay franchise fees, often as a form of protest against the franchisor, which essentially dries up the franchisor's revenue. Also, the franchisor being buried in legal action, potentially from franchisees, but also potentially from others as well. There's also a situation where franchisors trying to run their own locations, which are commonly called corporate or company owned locations, are losing extensive amounts of money on this, more than they are making in fees from the franchise locations. Very commonly is also where franchisors are holding leases on locations that have then closed, possibly because franchisees have walked away and the franchisor didn't have the capability to run it. The franchisor is then left on the hook for the lease costs. There have been more than a few franchisors collapse completely because they were left holding a large amount of sites that were closed, but for which they still had to pay lease costs. Otherwise, maybe franchisees have just stopped paying the lease costs as a form of protest, knowing that the franchisor is ultimately on the hook for the lease costs. Likewise, another situation may be franchisors being left paying for leases on sites that never opened, potentially because they never got a franchisee. I once knew a property manager who was hired by a franchisor to sort out such a mess. They had about 60 to 70 locations that were trading and about 30 to 40 more locations that they had taken out leases on because they basically got too excited, but hadn't bothered or been able to get franchisees for these locations and also weren't operating them themselves. This was then 30 to 40 locations they were paying rent on that had little to no prospect of opening in the near future, which was draining hundreds of thousands of dollars per month from the franchisor. The property manager then had to begin the process of negotiating the franchisor's way out of these leases with no prospect of opening, and or trying to negotiate some cost reprieve to give the franchisor time to find franchisees or actually get the sites open. Sometimes as well, the franchisors can be on the hook for an increasing number of other occurrences, including stock that is never purchased by the franchisees. And in Australia, franchisors can now be fined in many cases by authorities for the actions of their franchisees, with Fair Work, which is the government body enforcing employment legislation, being a very notable one. This means that you can have franchisees breaching employment legislation and not paying staff correctly, and the government actually goes after the franchisor instead with whopping fines. Recent changes to the franchising code also stand out as a potential source of crippling fines for franchisors. Another situation that comes to mind, as many franchisors are now very reliant upon supplier rebates as their franchisees purchase the approved products for their locations. But if franchisees decide they can get a better deal elsewhere, then the revenue from supplier rebates will dry up for the franchisor. Number 2, businesses on a steep downward trajectory. So also a very obvious situation that should ring alarm bells, hopefully before the franchise or business starts losing money. So generally speaking, if the franchisor is on a downward trajectory, then so are the franchisees. The two are almost always linked. Next. Number 3, businesses with significant reputational issues. So there are two things to consider here from a franchisor perspective. Firstly, if it's the franchisee locations that interface with customers, they can have serious reputational issues that inevitably affect the franchisor as well as all the franchisee locations. Secondly, the franchisor can have a reputation as a bad franchisor, which inevitably results in it having a terrible relationship with its existing franchisees, but also creates a lot of difficulty attracting future franchisees. Next. Number 4, businesses with significant operational issues. Now, once again, we could be talking about operational issues in the way the franchisees operate their locations or the way the franchisor operates as a franchisor. Both signal big future problems for the franchisor. Next. Number 5, businesses with significant staffing and team issues. Now, potentially we could be talking here about issues that the franchisees have, with finding staff and managing their team, which then flow on to affect the franchisor. And additionally, we are more likely to be talking about people in the franchisor's team. They could lack the skills or experience, and they could be actually a big part of the problem. Potentially, they are toxic, creating a big disconnect with franchisees. Sadly, this is much more common than it should be. Next, number 6, businesses with significant competitors entering the market. Once again, we could be talking about competitors popping up to affect franchisees, or maybe a competitor franchisor, such as McDonald's is to Hungry Jack's, or Burger King for people outside of Australia. A competitor franchisor will not only go head to head with your franchisees and individual locations, but will compete with you in the business of being a franchisor, competing for franchisees, good locations, and pretty much everything else as well. Next. Number 7, businesses operating in markets with significant economic challenges. Now, always a big problem for franchisors, especially if we are talking about economic challenges across an entire country. If that is the only country the franchisor operates in. Next, number 8, businesses experiencing most or all of the above. Generally speaking, in my experience, most franchisors who are in need of rescuing or turning around are experiencing most or all of the above. And the longer it goes on, the more likely it is that the franchisor will experience more and more of the above issues. And that's because inevitably, any of the above will lead to more of the above given enough time. And then also for revision is the 8 general steps from episode 5, Business Rescue and Turnaround. Now, as mentioned, this is just a bit further of a revision from episode 5, Business Rescue and Turnaround. This is all equally relevant to rescuing and turning around franchisors, but being that we have covered it previously, we will brush over it pretty quickly and then go on to some franchisor specific considerations. So, 8 general steps for rescuing and turning around. Number 1, do your research. So, critically analyze the information provided by the franchisor if you aren't already currently a part of it. Critically analyze the market, including competitors, potential customer numbers, demographics, and everything else. Understand how customers are perceiving the business, study the long-term history of the business, and review the marketing and promotional activity, if applicable, and understand how it's resonating with customers. Spend time in the business if you're not already involved, and understand why it is really failing. Speak to and listen to the franchisees as a massive part of your research. Number 2, analyze and be brutally honest. You need to really understand, why is a franchisor failing? Is it a result of things that are fixable? Is it a result of things that are not capable of being fixed? Is the current network, including the head office, the board, the franchisees, a big part of the problem? Can the franchisor afford the level of investment needed to turn the business around? And that needs to give consideration to the initial purchase price. If you're in a situation where you're buying the franchisor, the immediate funds that need to be inputted just to keep the business alive and inch forward, and the ongoing losses until such time as a franchisor can break even. And also, do you have the level of skill necessary to turn the franchisor around? You need to consider, how does your previous experience and skills match what is required? And are you really prepared to put in the effort that's required, especially the time? And if it's going to require a team, do you have, or can you get a suitably qualified and experienced team on the ground and operating effectively soon enough? Step 3 was complete an overview and breakdown of each individual component of the current situation. So, we suggested previously completing a SWOT or a similar style analysis for an overall perspective. For those that aren't familiar, SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And identify everything that needs to be addressed. So that might include your staffing and your team management issues, operational issues, marketing and promotional issues, tech issues, supply chain issues, reputational issues, legislative and compliance issues, and of course, your franchisee network issues. Step four was develop a plan to address each individual component. So that meant detailing the perfect plan you will implement to address each issue. Ensure that the estimated timelines of each solution are included, prioritizing the solutions based on your ability to implement, anticipated impact and benefit, and of course, cost considerations. Then, step five was to understand financial and other resources that are required. So, once you have your perfect plan at step four, you need to then understand if it's financially viable. Understand the current and the future projected cash flow and losses of the franchisor. Understand how long your financial reserves or credit facilities can sustain the franchisor until it achieves profitability. Understand how much work and hours you or others will need to invest in order to effect the change. Also, understand who you can negotiate with if necessary to delay payments, work out payment plans, or stretch out credit terms. And if you don't have the financial resources and leeway available, then you will need to go back and revise your plan from step four. Usually, for me, this would mean adjusting timelines and pushing out the lower benefit, higher cost items in step four until more funds are available. Next was step six, which was critically evaluate your plan's chance of success. So, this means be realistic about the chance of your plan's success. If your plan is not as successful as it's initially intended, can you adapt it? Can you revise it quickly to ensure the overall goal is still achieved? You need to understand how long the franchisor will survive if everything goes wrong or nothing improves. Once again, if the odds don't look good, then it's time to go back and revise your plan at step four. You will need a better plan. Number seven was to be prepared to hit the ground running. So be 100% ready to hit the ground running and implement your plan as quickly as possible, especially if the franchisor is already in trouble. Ensure that the communication with the existing team and especially management is open and effective. And you will also need to give strong consideration to how you communicate with franchisees. Next was step eight, which was to continually review and update your plan. So keep yourself honest and on track with your plan as much as possible. Refer back to your plan and ensure you are addressing the issues you have highlighted without getting distracted. If new things are discovered that need to be addressed or a situation changes, sure, incorporate the changes into the plan. Continually review your financial situation to ensure that your financial plan remains aligned or better than your plan. So, that is all very generic stuff, applying roughly equally to rescuing or turning around a timber yard as it does to a pizza shop or a franchisor. Now, moving forward in this presentation, I would like to go into some franchisor specific insights on future slides. These are based on my experience working with a number of franchisors over time in different capacities, including executive, consultancy, GM, CEO, managing director positions. Franchising is a very unique business model in that the franchisor essentially goes into business with a whole bunch of diverse people, the franchisees, that under normal circumstances they would never go into business with. They often have limited experience or even no relevant experience at all and can often choose franchising because they know they need the extra support and assistance that a franchisor should offer. Sometimes we are talking about hundreds or thousands of franchisees or business partners who are each an integral part of the entire network, who expect and have every right to be listened to as part of their quite large investment and commitment to operating their franchise location, and whom the franchisor should be listening to, responding to, and respecting. But beyond this, the franchisor needs to do its part to ensure the success of its franchisees, and the franchisee's success, in turn, is a big contributor to other franchisees' success and the success of the franchisor. And the complexities of these relationships and the interactions are on top of all the normal complexities of operating a normal, independent business for both franchisees and the franchisor. Naturally, franchising has advantages for franchisees and franchisors, but the extra complexity, expectations, interdependence, and the sheer volume of people that expect to be listened to and given consideration also means a lot more potential for things to go wrong when not managed properly. And there are plenty of examples of things going very wrong. Even in the last couple of months in Australia, I've heard of at least two more franchisors going into administration. And these were franchisors who were based on their public personas, considered very trendy and cutting edge. However, there have, of course, been hundreds of franchisors who have died in the last couple of decades. Some collapsed with a bang, others more often died a slow, gradual death. Others were brought out by competitors and converted as they were on their knees. Some had hundreds or even thousands of sites, while others had just a few sites. But regardless, these situations are generally disastrous because, as I mentioned before, if a franchisor fails or even starts failing, the franchisees are suffering. In fact, generally, the franchisees suffer first and they suffer the longest and they suffer the hardest before the franchisor really starts to suffer. There are some franchisors who come to mind who cycle through hundreds or even thousands of ruined and failed franchisees while still being able to keep themselves afloat for a period of time. So, the idea in the following slides is to cover some things I look at when analysing a franchisor that requires rescuing or turning around. I'll cover a bit of what I look for, the kinds of things you are likely to see, and the red flags you will likely see, and then some potential starting points on where to start implementing if fixing it is what you decide to do. As with the previous episodes, episode 5 and 6 on business rescue and turnaround, I will stress that this is my opinions and thoughts on the matter. I am very well aware that others may have totally different approaches, but my approach has worked very well for me and the franchisors I've been involved with. So it is based on my learnings and experience. As I alluded to before, I will also say very clearly once again that I am approaching these points as if you will have sufficient authority to make the changes that are needed and fix the problem without substantial pushback from those above you. That is, if you indeed do have people above you, which most people will in some format or another. For example, CEOs will and may often be hamstrung by a board or significant shareholders or the direct owners of the franchisor. If you are not going to have sufficient authority to make the changes that are required, or at least argue and put forward your case while being genuinely listened to, just don't do it. These days, I avoid those type of organizations like the plague. It will frustrate you no end. If the authority figures above you want big changes and improvements, but to also keep doing things the same, it will drive you nuts and you will struggle to get the results that are needed if you indeed can get any results at all. It may seem like that wouldn't happen, but it happens a lot because the powers that be are either in denial, too proud to admit they have gone down the wrong path. Maybe they're trying to avoid repercussions for having gone down that wrong path, or possibly genuinely believe that if they persist with the same broken strategy and approach, it will suddenly start working if they just replace people in their team often enough, i.e., they think that it's a people problem, not a strategy and process problem. Anyway, the first franchisor specific consideration we'll look at is the franchise model even viable? Now, there is a lot of questions to ask here, as many people, particularly outside of the industry or those in good franchise systems, would probably be shocked to learn that there are a heap of franchisors peddling models that have limited or, in some cases, no viability. By model, we mean the way and the method the business operates. In franchising, this includes the way the franchisor and the franchisee interact, but in particular, we are generally referring to the franchise business model that the franchisor is selling to franchisees. For example, in a pizza franchise, the franchisor will have a full typical pizza location model, which includes the type of site it will lease, the areas that it considers appropriate to go into, the amount of investment required to fit out the site, the type of equipment needed, etc., etc. Then there is a less tangible, but still extremely important aspects of the model, such as the operational procedures, the menus, the supply chain, the training that is provided, the IT systems, the marketing systems, the support processes, and the list goes on and on. Basically, the franchise business model is the business in a box that a franchisor is selling to franchisees. That's the dream, the recipe for success, the strategic advantage compared to being an independent pizza shop and figuring it out all by yourself. So let's delve into what you could look at when analyzing a franchise model. Number one, is the model appropriate to roll out to a large number of locations? Most franchise networks started with a single successful location or business unit. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is or was appropriate to grow beyond that location or business unit. If the model is a high-end vegan restaurant chain, for example, then based on pure demographics alone, you are not going to be able to open a large number, as there just aren't a lot of vegans to begin with. Keeping in mind that they may have partners, family, friends who have no interest in eating at a vegan-only restaurant, when there are normal mainstream restaurants that also sell vegan food, which obviously cater to everybody else in a group or family unit as well. Add to that the fact that it is high-end or expensive, and this cuts out an even further portion of an already small group of vegans. So there are going to be a limited number of viable locations that can be rolled out. Basically, you are looking at areas with high vegan populations that are also affluent or wealthy. And this is supported by a reality that the majority of vegan and vegetarian concepts that have tried to franchise and expand to multiple sites have failed, despite initial success in their first location. Some models just aren't going to be able to expand to every populated area, or maybe any other populated area. If you're looking to turn around a franchisor in this situation, then you essentially might have to rework the model so that it is suitable for the locations it has already entered. In this expensive vegan restaurant scenario, the franchisor might consider making it more affordable, thereby opening it up to a wider range of budgets, which may open it up from, say, the wealthiest 10% of people to maybe 70 to 80% of people. Likewise, this would also increase the frequency potential customers could afford to order. Or alternatively, and I know vegans would probably resist this, maybe moving to a vegetarian format rather than a vegan format, given that there is about 4 times as many vegetarians as there are vegans, which would give a much larger market to play with, although still a small market. So, with just these couple of changes, you have maintained something relatively close to the original concept or model, while potentially making it appeal to about 30 times more people, which means the model can potentially roll out successfully to a greater number of locations, or at least hopefully sustain those locations it may already have. A lot of franchisors, and in particular founders, are very reluctant to do this, which is why they will inevitably go down, clinging to their original version, and sadly take the franchisees down with them. Also, in relation to the model, you might want to consider number two, have locations where the franchise has opened been appropriate? I've seen it time and again where franchises that go for growth, and unlike the last point, they generally have reasonable and widely viable models, will start opening literally anywhere they can get a site. Now, no franchise model that I am aware of is so good it could literally open any location in the country and expect that it is going to work 100% of the time. For example, drive-through franchises deciding they would suddenly start opening in strip shops or vice versa. High foot traffic shopping center franchises suddenly deciding they can open the same type of shop on a back street somewhere between an adult store and a string of vacant shops. What often happens where franchisors have done this is that the locations that aren't appropriate often eventually get abandoned by the franchisor and left to fail. It not only indicates a lack of foresight and planning by the franchisor, but most concerningly, if they choose to abandon their franchisees in locations they chose and sold, it also indicates a complete lack of morals and ethics on the part of the franchisor, which is a massive red flag as far as I'm concerned for every franchisee, current and prospective. However, assuming that this is what needs to be turned around, the first step is finding some flexibility in the model to ensure it can adapt to the locations it has entered. Normally, franchise rigidity is the enemy of adaptation in these circumstances. But there are also plenty of good examples of franchisors who have done an excellent job of creating variations to their models to ensure that they can open and be successful in diverse and different locations. One of the earliest examples that I saw personally who did this really well in Australia was a coffee club. I worked with them in their early days, and they had developed three different and distinct models. Their kiosk model for locations in high foot traffic areas such as busy shopping centres, where rental costs were very high per square metre and customers mostly just wanted a coffee and a snack. Then they had their standard model and their full-blown cafe bar restaurant model for premium locations where customers often had a preference towards chef quality meals, wine and alcohol, and a more premium service experience. In more recent times, they've also added a drive-through model for people in their cars, inevitably looking for a coffee on the run and maybe something small to eat. Each model fit a certain type of location, certain demographic, and had somewhat different menus and especially drink menus. They required different amounts of floor space, had slightly different operating procedures, different trading hours, different levels of investment required from franchisees, different staffing requirements, etc. Had the coffee club just tried to put the exact same model in everywhere, as many of its competitors did and in some cases still do, it wouldn't have worked in a lot of those locations. Not one of those models would have worked in all locations. So they made a conscious decision to have different models that would work in a range of different location scenarios before opening a whole lot of them. However, had they already made the mistake of trying to do the exact same model in all those diverse locations they went into, once again, as many of their competitors did and still do, they then would have had a situation where a large number of locations were failing. And the solution obviously would have been to tweak the models retrospectively to suit. Otherwise, of course, the other option, if you are going to cling to one model and one model only, is to ensure you are going into only the right locations from day one and not deluding yourself that the model can work in a range of locations where it actually can't. However, we are talking about franchisors requiring rescue and turning around here. So I would suspect you are going to be dealing with many locations that aren't appropriate to the model that exists at present. Another thing to consider in relation to the viability of the franchise model. Number 3, how many locations have been forced to close and or are running at a loss? This is very telling of not just the viability of the franchise model, as we previously discussed, but also, perhaps more so, this relates to the attitude and competence of the franchisor. Are they viable as a franchisor? Sometimes a closure will genuinely be unavoidable, such as if a lease is coming to an end and can't be renewed, or a market has changed massively, likewise with running at a loss. However, in my experience, for every franchisor I've worked with who came to me with a large number of locations that they said simply couldn't make money and needed to close, including entire networks in some cases, totaling thousands of sites over time, given a good strategy and a sufficient amount of time, effort, and investment, which normally is not that much, and I'm talking about an average of 3 months, as being enough effort to ensure the site is operating at a suitable standard and only a marginal level of investment, normally into effective marketing and promotion, the majority of those locations in a majority of franchise networks can be profitable and definitely don't need to close. It just requires the right attitude and know-how from the franchisor. This is something that you will need to bring or have brought to the table if you hope to turn a franchise in this situation around. Now, I know a lot of franchisors strongly disagree with me on this. In fact, a lot of them consider they are heroes, making tough decisions by allowing franchisees to fail completely, close, and lose everything. They say that the franchisee took a risk, and more often than not, they will blame the franchisee, which in many cases could be somewhat true. But I would say that if you have more than 1% failing and closing in a supposedly competent and viable franchise network, then you, as the franchisor, simply aren't trying hard enough or doing the right things. And your supposed tough decisions are actually weak and lazy decisions more often than not. Now, the real tough decision is to look after your franchisees and find solutions on a case-by-case basis if necessary. One thing I will add in relation to the franchisors who are frequently closing locations is that they all try to put a positive spin on it. They will say they are making the network stronger by closing locations. In reality, it is usually the first sign of a franchise that is dying, and there have been very, very few franchises that I have ever seen recover after closing a lot of locations. Nonetheless, if the franchisor has a habit of closing a lot of locations, you may want to also consider number 4, has the model been kept up to date? Now, a classic example of models not being kept up to date is video stores like Blockbuster, for example, that failed to evolve. Now, this would have had to have been a massive evolution in the case of Blockbuster and video stores, because videos and then DVDs became obsolete rather quickly. Interestingly, the likes of Blockbuster did seriously consider creating an arm of their business such as Netflix, which was quickly gaining traffic as Blockbuster was dying. Clearly, this would have had huge potential, but this also would have done little for franchisees with physical locations. So what sort of evolution could they have gone through for their franchisees' physical locations? Well, possibly one of their closest options would have been to push into the video game sector, which was growing rapidly at the same time video stores were dying. In Australia, for example, EB Games does massive numbers in its nearly 400 stores, but barely existed as video stores were dying. Additionally, the same company also owns the Zing Pop Cultures chain, which are closely aligned with both TV, movie, music, and video game culture. Interestingly, once again, video stores were somewhat involved in video game rentals before their demise, but never really picked this as a true path forward. In fact, they clung to their existing model until their death. Maybe they could have evolved into more electronics, tech, or communication style stores, such as everything for smartphones to internet to gaming consoles. All manner of wireless and smart tech, drones, etc., started coming out thick and fast at this time. There are, of course, other possibilities that could have been brainstormed as well, but these are the ones that come to my mind straight away. The fact that all of these markets exploded at the same time video stores were dying indicates that the existing video store franchises, with their prominent locations and big, well established, reputable brands, could have evolved into something else rather than allowing new market entrants to open and establish themselves as leaders in this space. Another better and more thoughtful example of models being kept up to date that comes to mind is retail and shopping center models. Retail and shopping centers have changed substantially as traditional retail, such as clothing stores, many department stores, newsagents, bookstores, and other typical 80s and 90s retail died and continues to die even faster now in the era of online shopping. The proactive shopping centers have had to continually reinvent themselves. They did this initially by upping the food options, probably too much as far as I'm concerned, but also in the last 10 to 15 years, we have seen things we never would have imagined in traditional retail shopping centers being introduced. That includes gyms, kids' indoor play centers, childcare centers, bowling, mini golf, escape rooms, indoor swimming schools, and the list goes on and on. For those in Australia, the evolution of Australia Post is another great example that comes to mind, which for those outside of Australia is Australia's postal service, which started in the early 1800s. Widely predicted to die completely in the late 90s because no one was going to be posting letters in the era of email. They use their extensive infrastructure, reputation, and credibility to move in a parcel delivery, which is, of course, booming more and more every year thanks to online shopping. However, more than this, they evolved all their shop fronts to be multi purpose businesses that not only manage postal and parcel dispatch and pickup, but also formed relationships with about 80 different banks and credit unions to provide over the counter banking services to their customers at the same time as banks and credit unions were closing down many of their branches. For people that still like to pay bills in person, such as a lot of older Australians, you can pay hundreds or maybe thousands of different bills at Australia Post outlets as well. Australia Post is also the primary place you can process documentation and photos for things like passports, weapons licenses, driver's licenses in most states, as well as a few other things, which is also convenient as the government has continued to shut down many of its traditional customer service locations. They also do a unique trade in collectible items such as coins and stamps and sell basics such as stationery, home and office supplies. In fact, despite all the prediction of post offices dying in the late 90s, I can't remember the last time I went to one and there wasn't a line. So, three examples of business models that were widely predicted to rapidly die due to the use of the internet, which I've just discussed. That was video stores, retail shopping centers, and post offices. Two of those models have generally evolved really well, being shopping centers and post offices, and one didn't, which was the video stores. Likewise, some franchises and chains have done a great job of evolving to keep up with these changes, and others have faded completely. In the food franchise sector, for example, where I've been heavily involved over the years, those franchisors who were quick to embrace online ordering, then apps, then QR codes for ordering at table, and third party aggregators such as Uber Eats and DoorDash, rather than seeing them as the enemy, as many did, put a lot of distance between themselves and competitors. It's not always easy, but the fact that there are some that have evolved really well to stay relevant indicates it is possible if you are smart, not lazy, and care enough. So, when confronted with a model that is somewhat or maybe entirely outdated, serious consideration needs to be given to how to make it relevant again. Next, number 5. Is the model, as envisaged by head office, capable of being effectively delivered by franchisees? I mentioned before on previous podcasts about a restaurant brand that I initially entered as a consultant and ended up working extensively with for several years to completely turn around. We started with the franchisor and every single franchisee losing massive amounts of money, and very quickly created a situation where everybody was making money, including the franchisor and the franchisees, not to mention more than doubling the site numbers and more than tripling average site revenue. When I first started, the franchisor was convinced they were a high-end, trendy, cool, dine-in restaurant brand where people would go for dinner and drinks. The reality is that the franchisees they had let in completely failed to support this through their actions, and for the most part were not the right people, even if they did want to support it. And the systems, processes, and procedures they had were not in any way delivering this vision. The majority of staff could barely speak English, which is the only common language spoken in Australia for those outside of Australia, had little to no interest in engaging with customers. The restaurants were filthy and falling apart. The franchisees were so broke, they imported their aging family members from overseas to work for free. They tried to save money on electricity by turning off lights and disconnecting light bulbs, and were frequently out of menu items and ingredients, or running to supermarkets within the complex on an order by order basis to purchase ingredients. There was no service, there was no ambience, there were no customers. But this apparently was a trendy, cool, high end restaurant brand. Clearly, the franchisor was very, very wrong. A quick analysis of the situation led to identifying the actual strengths, or at least the things the restaurants were doing least bad, and that was the food. The food was actually coming out generally pretty good. Everything else was terrible. This led to an immediate change in strategy to focus on things that required customers to experience as little of the terrible ambience and service as possible, given that only mild improvements could be made in those areas in the interim due to the fact that the franchisees and the franchisor were completely broke and had no access to funds until we could create some access to funds for them. So we immediately joined every third-party aggregator, such as Uber Eats and DoorDash, that we could, which is something the franchisor hadn't wanted to do previously because they considered it to cheapen the brand. However, this was a way we could serve up our strong point, which was the food, while the service component was managed and equalized by third-party aggregator delivery drivers, i.e., the delivery drivers provided the same level of service for us as our competitors, so all we had to compete on was good quality food. We even went further and introduced one of Australia's first virtual brands, or ghost kitchens, across our restaurants, after a complex negotiation with Uber Eats, that was, who at the time weren't allowing virtual brands on their platform. So we became not technically the first, as there were a few independent restaurants they had allowed by exception to do this before us, but the first franchise and largest network at the time to introduce a virtual brand in Australia. This virtual brand provided a substantial and immediate cash injection into every restaurant that was serviced by third-party aggregators. We made a big push on takeaway so customers could take good quality food away while getting as little exposure to the poor service and ambience as possible. Takeaway was once again something the brand hadn't done previously, as it believed it cheapened the brand, which was all about a great experience while in reality delivering a terrible experience. We introduced online ordering, an app, QR codes for dine-in at table ordering to allow customers to order from their mobile devices, once again removing the requirement to experience a terrible service, but replacing it with a consistent functional tech interface that was preferred by a lot of customers anyway. We introduced some value offers, meal deals, bundle deals, and promotions to drive some serious customer traffic to the restaurants. We did this across all platforms and service offerings, including the third party aggregators, takeaway, online ordering, the app, dine in, etc. Now, this is something the franchisor had been massively against because once again they thought it cheapened their dead and rapidly dying brand. However, the argument I had to have repeatedly was that nothing cheapens a brand more than very obviously having no customers, especially when all the other restaurants around were busy. These measures, along with others, resulted in restaurants very quickly doubling or tripling their sales. A few of the restaurants increased sales by more than 10 times. Now, obviously, simultaneously with the dramatic and rapid increase in sales, we had to work very rapidly with restaurants to improve their staffing and service levels, invest into the ambience and atmosphere of the restaurants, and they did this because they could afford it now. So, what was a downward spiral because of the franchisor's failed, diluted model that they were clinging to despite all the evidence it was a disaster and impossible for them to implement in the time frame and with the budgets they had, became what was the most rapidly growing franchise in the country for several years running, just by looking at the model and what franchisees were actually capable of delivering with their strengths and weaknesses. Sadly, this is certainly not the only example of a massive disconnect between the franchisor's vision and the model and what is actually happening in real locations, but it was probably one of the more extreme. Something you can potentially expect to see in a rescue and turnaround situation to at least some extent. The next major thing I'd like to consider for anybody who might be looking to rescue and turn around a franchisor: how is the franchisor's relationship with the franchisees? Now, I can guarantee you that every franchisor out there says they have a great relationship with their franchisees. 50% of them are lying or deluding themselves, as far as I'm concerned, and based on my actual experience. They either have little to no relationship with their franchisees or somewhere between a poor and an incredibly toxic relationship with their franchisees. Don't believe me? Go ask the franchisees. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't always the franchisor's fault. Sometimes it is the franchisee's fault, or both. But either way, if the relationship is non existent or poor, then the franchise network as a whole is going to have a big problem. So, some of the things to consider and investigate here are: number one, does the franchisor communicate effectively with franchisees? Now, there are many different ways a franchisor can communicate effectively with franchisees, sometimes through area managers or support staff, newsletters, emails, mailouts, phone, training programs, physical meetings, online meetings, and plenty of other ways, depending on the needs of the network and what might be the best for them. Keeping in mind that communication involves a message being sent and received, or it's not really communication. So, if franchisees are emailing or calling the franchisor and the message has never been effectively received and responded to, then it doesn't count. If starting to fix communication in a network, as far as I'm concerned, and Lord knows I've stepped into some incredibly toxic situations where franchisees are literally so furious that they ban the franchisor from their sites or have even assaulted them, but much more often have simply just developed so much rage against the franchisor that they've completely switched off. It all starts with the franchisor or their representatives shutting up and listening to what the franchisees have to say, asking open-ended questions and giving the franchisees a chance to talk openly and honestly. You may not like or agree with what they have to say, but when you listen, You can understand their reasoning, which then will assist you as the franchisor in understanding how to approach communication with the franchisees moving forward. At one time, I worked with a franchisor who told me they had a great relationship with their franchisees. Their franchisees were all making a lot of money and really happy. I naturally thought I would make my own mind up, and firstly, I spoke to the head office team, who were the closest ones to the franchisees. And that, as in most franchisors, was the operations team, people like the area managers and the field trainers. Every single person who liaised daily with franchisees said the situation was completely stuffed. They are stuck between a franchisor that is deluded and off on their own tangent, and franchisees who are crying out for help and to be listened to, losing money and struggling to survive. The area managers and trainers were doing everything they could, but the franchisees knew they couldn't do much more than provide hands on and moral support, and the wider head office hierarchy would not listen to anything. Not just what the franchisees said, but anything the area managers or trainers said either. I went and spoke to almost every franchisee, and they fell into three categories. Firstly, about 10% that felt they were well supported by the franchisor, usually the favourites of the franchisor, so to speak. Then 50% who had just given up and expected little to no help, the quietly disgruntled group, and 40% who were furious and screaming from the rooftops. So 90% were unhappy, and all I had to do to get each of them talking was ask some open-ended questions and prompt from time to time by asking their thoughts on different topics, and they open up with their thoughts like a floodgate, mostly all with very similar sentiments. Incidentally, none of which surprised the area managers and the trainers, and all of which I was told in advance would be the top issues that would be brought up. Interestingly, multiple franchisees in this particular franchise network were even happy to tell me on the first meeting that they were currently in advanced stages of preparing a class action against the franchisor, which the franchisor was totally unaware of. Then, even more tellingly of how communication worked in this network was when I was with senior people like the marketing manager, the brand managers, and the CEO, when they went into these same stores on the very rare occasion that they actually did. In fact, I think they did it mostly for my benefit and show. They literally go in and lecture the franchisees, talk over the top of them, criticize a few things they believe the franchisee is doing wrong, and then leave. Never once giving franchisees a chance to talk and never asking any questions, not even a hi, how are you? Because they have learnt not to give the franchisees a chance to talk because they just don't want to hear it. Even when they held a series of roadshow meetings around the country, there was no franchisee questions allowed and no opportunity to allow the franchisees to speak. They were simply lectured to non-stop, and then the franchisor representatives left as rapidly as possible. At different points, I observed very senior representatives of the franchisor, including the CEO, blatantly lie to franchisees and make grandiose promises they had absolutely no intention of keeping, knowing that they would be back to being nearly impossible to contact before it was figured out. Once again, the poor area managers and the field staff spent months afterwards dealing with the fallout from these lies and these series of roadshow meetings that could have been really positive and were instead an absolute farce that further cemented the damaged reputation of the franchisor and the relationship between the franchisees and the franchisor. When confronted with this, the senior people in the franchisor said they had received nothing but positive feedback, which was from the less than 1% of the network they had spoken to, which was naturally the small percentage of favourites who told them whatever they wanted to hear. It turned out that they had received a lot more negative feedback, though, through email, and nearly 100% negative through the area managers. But all those channels were completely ignored. Needless to say, my relationship with this franchisor ended pretty quickly as they had no real desire to change or improve. Next, in relation to looking at the franchisor's relationship with franchisees, number two, do franchisees believe in the franchisor's vision for the franchise? Now, once again, the big way to judge this is to give the franchisees a chance to speak openly and honestly. Do they even understand what the franchisor's vision is? If they do, then what do they think about it? Now, just because the two don't align doesn't mean either party is wrong. There could be a breakdown in communication, which is very common, as per the previous point. Sometimes the franchisor's vision is great, and in my opinion at least, exactly what is needed. And it has been communicated, but the franchisees haven't quite understood. I worked with one network where the level of training and business acumen among the franchisees was generally very low, which combined with a lot of them not necessarily having a great comprehension of English, led to a fact that it just wasn't understood. And the franchisees had done what people normally do and filled in the gaps themselves. This was quickly addressed through better communication and a lot of one on one communication to address individual concerns that had been allowed to fester unaddressed. And of course, sometimes the franchisor vision, as per the brand I was talking about earlier that believed it was a high end restaurant chain with a great atmosphere for people to catch up and have dinner and drinks, but was anything but, is completely wrong and inappropriate. Next thing to consider in relation to the franchisor's relationship with franchisees. Number three, do franchisees trust and believe the franchisor is operating ethically? This is a massive one as far as I'm concerned. If the franchisees do not trust, believe, and consider that the franchisor is acting ethically, it is one of the biggest problems of all and needs to be urgently addressed. Once again, this process starts with a lot of listening by the franchisor. This takes time, but with a genuine commitment from the franchisor and their team to act honestly, ethically, and with integrity in every situation, combined with communication and ongoing listening, we'll do it over time. Sometimes, too, I have to say it is necessary to exit people from the franchisor head office team, particularly if they have a disregard for franchisees and a history of unethical behavior they aren't prepared to change. To achieve a real change in belief in a toxic franchise network that does not believe the franchisor acts ethically can take 12 months or often longer. Next point. Number four, do franchisees feel supported by the franchisor? How franchisees feel is important. It may or may not be reality, but genuine effort needs to be put into understanding how franchisees feel and taking steps to ensure franchisees feel supported. Now, this could involve the franchisor actually being supportive if they aren't already. It could involve actually ensuring that franchisees receive the type of support they want, not just the support that the franchisor feels they should give them. When it comes to that, I've consistently found that the best way to achieve this is empowering your franchisor head office team to be flexible in their approach and the support they provide to cater to the needs of different franchisees. If the franchisees need help with training their team, then give it to them. If they need help with understanding financials, give it to them. Operational standards, legislative compliance, marketing, dealing with the landlord, negotiating with local suppliers, completing upgrades and equipment purchases, and everything else, just give it to them. The franchisors that are consistently regarded by their franchisees as being pretty useless generally offer little to no support, but probably come in every now and then and do a tick and flick evaluation and leave. Not only is this often of limited benefit, but if this is the limit of the one-size-fits-all approach the franchisor has implemented, then naturally franchisees are not going to feel supported. An empowered and skilled team with diverse skill sets that actually gives franchisees what they want and has some flexibility in their approach is going to make franchisees feel far more supported. And finally, in relation to analysing the franchisor's relationship with franchisees, number five, has the franchisor been conducting itself ethically in its relationship with franchisees and others? So, this is a bit different to the earlier point on whether franchisees believe the franchisor is operating ethically. Because, to be blunt, a lot of the time, franchisees don't know much about the dodgy stuff that is actually going on at some franchisor head offices. It is only through thoroughly looking into the operations of the franchisor that you can detect how ethical the franchisor really is. Some of the disgusting stuff I have seen discussed and implemented, generally by the highest levels of some unscrupulous franchisors, would shock franchisees if it ever came out. In many cases, franchisees have been screwed over while being laughed at simultaneously by the franchisor. Now, I'm definitely not saying this is all franchise networks, and it is a minority that genuinely act like this. However, when this is how the franchisor conducts itself, it is also a big part of why they need rescuing and turning around, if not now, then eventually. My personal belief is that a franchisor business model that revolves around continuous unethical actions is unsustainable in the long term. Short term benefits for the franchisor, yes, but long term, highly unlikely. Addressing this is difficult, but you need to ascertain where it is coming from. Normally, it is the highest levels of the company, which may mean the board, the owners, or shareholders, where there are major shareholders with significant control, but not always. I've seen quite a lot of situations where the board and the shareholders are kept in the dark and painted a very rosy picture, commonly called the mushroom treatment, kept in the dark and fed shit by the CEO and a team of influential executives. This often isn't all the executives, but enough that the others will shut up and fall into line, and then everybody underneath this working for the franchisor also generally falls into line or tries to do their best that they can within the limits imposed by those higher up. Sometimes there will be some people in the middle and lower levels of the franchisor who wholeheartedly endorse the unethical practices of the franchisor, but in my experience, a lot don't and are deeply unhappy, particularly amongst those who work closely with the franchisees. There is usually also a good contingent who have just accepted the reality they have walked into and probably don't have experience anywhere else, or even realize that there is a more ethical and mutually beneficial way for franchisees and franchisors to win. It probably goes without saying that, in my opinion, anybody who wholeheartedly endorses unethical practices and doesn't believe in change and won't change needs to go, regardless of their level. Obviously, this needs to be done strategically as you can't risk losing too much internal knowledge too rapidly, and you need to ensure a sustainable way of operating while you transition to a more ethical model. Then strong ethical leadership and decision making needs to start being demonstrated and embraced throughout the entire franchisor support system. All right, now on to the next section. When looking at potentially being the person who steps up to rescue or turn around a franchisor, how developed are franchisor processes? So, how developed a franchisor is can give some serious insight into where various problems may lie, and also an indication into how much work will be required to turn around and rescue a franchisor. When looking at this, we are largely talking about having processes in place to manage different areas of the franchisor's business that are effective, which means that they work and achieve the desired outcomes and do so cost effectively. There's a few points on the upcoming slides, so here we go. Number one, are there fully developed and documented operational systems and processes? This is somewhere I often like to start answering this question. The reason being is that a franchisor's fundamental offering is its systems and processes. This is what tells every franchisee how to operate their business. Commonly, this will include things like your general operations manuals, your human resources manuals, IT or technology system manuals, equipment manuals, local marketing manuals, food safety and food production manuals, sales processes manuals, various posters, wall charts, references, intranet material, and other material that summarizes and communicates procedures, training materials, of course. However, it also includes the franchisor's systems and processes. So that includes things like how they recruit and select franchisees, how they train franchisees, how they select and approve sites and locations, how they conduct marketing and promotional activity, which is also often referred to as a style guide, how supply chain is managed, how tech systems are managed, how ongoing operational support is provided to franchisees, how legal processes like franchise documents and disclosure agreements are managed and kept updated, how accounts and finances are managed, how board reporting and approval processes are managed, how construction of sites and equipment fit out is managed, how tech systems are managed and supported, how the sale of new and existing franchise locations is managed, how opening of sites is managed, and the list goes on and on. In simple terms, the acid test is really if somebody, as a person who is not necessarily that familiar with the franchise system, can use the documented operational systems and processes to perform the functions required. If I could walk into a food franchise, for example, and use the operational material to tell me how to open and close the restaurant, make the food, use the equipment, use the computer systems, serve customers, or at a management level, conduct employee recruitment, hiring, training, or engage in local marketing activity on behalf of that location. Now, few organizations will have absolutely everything documented for their team to follow, including franchises. Not surprisingly, the bigger the franchise, take McDonald's for example, the more everything is documented in great, vivid, explicit detail. However, as a general rule, the more people that are expected to follow the systems and procedures, the more important it is to have them documented. So there is a consistent rule book, Bible, script, whatever you want to call it, for everybody to refer back to. For example, if there are 2,000 people working in franchise restaurants producing food, it is far more important to have the systems, processes, and procedures for this to be documented than for a single person sitting at the reception desk at the franchisor's head office to have their systems, processes, and procedures documented. Now, don't get me wrong, it is still worth having the systems, processes, and procedures documented for the person working at the head office reception, just for the sake of clarity and for anybody that needs to cover if that person is away or for that person's replacement if they leave. But it is not as important as the information that 2,000 people need. In almost all circumstances, when I have walked into franchises where the franchisor moans that the franchisees don't operate in line with their expectations, or perhaps they haven't even noticed, it is almost always the case that the franchisor's expectations are largely in their head and not documented, or documented extremely poorly. Instead, they have relied on verbal instruction that may or may not be passed on accurately to franchisees and are then even less likely to be passed on to the franchisee's staff. And that is the problem when things are not documented. The verbal instructions provided will continually change, be forgotten, randomly updated based on each person's preferences, or just completely ignored and considered not important with the old "don't worry about that" routine. So, upon embarking on turning this around, it requires analysing the current situation, both what the current result is within the network, i.e., is the network doing these things well or poorly, and what is currently available, and then prioritizing primarily based on those two factors with some consideration given to the amount of time required to implement solutions. One last point here is not to underestimate the amount of work involved in putting all of this together and even maintaining it to a professional standard. I've created and overseen such materials across maybe more than a dozen different franchise networks. And the team at FMS Support Services can certainly perform these functions and do a great job at a reasonable price. However, there are generally thousands of hours involved if starting from scratch, which is why so many franchises don't ever get around to it or produce and try to scrape by with substandard materials and wonder why their network always struggles with consistency. If doing this internally, it is important to have sufficient people resources available to complete it. If outsourcing, it is important to be very careful who you outsource to. There are a lot of consultants and agencies out there who claim they will do this, but their work is extremely substandard, often very generic because they just copy and paste from one franchise network to the next, and doesn't actually provide any real explicit guidance that is actually useful to the people who will need it. And sometimes is just crap with more effort put into flashy graphics design than actual valuable content. So remember, these are essential instructional manuals and information for your team. So looking pretty is nice, but it's the information and instructions that are the very foundation of them. Next, when looking at how developed the franchisor is, number two, is there fully developed and highly skilled head office support? Obviously, the size of the head office is going to impact the depth of the head office support available for franchisees. A small franchise network is unlikely to have a franchisor head office with fully developed teams across every possible department. Bigger franchisors will generally have people across departments such as operations, training, marketing, legal, finance and accounts, technology or IT, procurement and supply chain, leasing and property, franchisee recruitment and franchise sales, maybe new product development or research and development, quality assurance and auditing, human resources, construction and fit out, and possibly a few that I can't remember right now. I've worked with bigger franchisors that literally have support teams of hundreds and very specialized roles and positions and expertise within each area. And I've worked with smaller franchises that only have a few. I literally worked for one that was so small and so broke when I started that it was just me and one other person. And I couldn't afford to pay myself for the first few months while working 120 hours per week across 7 days. In smaller franchisors, what you need to be looking for in your support team is a highly diverse skill set contained within a limited number of individuals, which basically means individuals with experience across a wide number of areas, sufficient to carry as many segments of responsibility as possible, as opposed to individuals who have a very niche skill set. For example, if you can only afford two people in your support team as a franchisor, it's unlikely a full time data analyst and a graphic designer with no other skill sets would be a good place to start, given the breadth of priorities and what needs to be done as a franchisor. In the really small franchisor I just mentioned, where it was just me and one other, I used to joke that I was a CEO, marketing manager, operations manager, training manager, leasing manager, franchise sales manager, procurement and supply chain manager, technology manager, finance manager, paralegal, receptionist, and even the cleaner. I would have complained to the HR manager about the workload, but that was also me. Thankfully, through decades of diverse industry experience, I had a fairly broad depth of knowledge that I could use to get by in all areas. Was I as good with technology systems as a full-blown IT professional? Absolutely not. But I knew how to set up, perform maintenance and updates to the network systems, and limit the amount of times that I had to call on a real expert. Obviously, over the coming months and years, as things improved, we grew the support team to about 20 something people before I left and had expertise in every area. Sometimes just one person, or in the case of larger departments like operations, we had much more. Of course, the other option for smaller franchisors is to outsource different functions. Unfortunately, a lot of smaller and medium sized and even large franchisors do this very poorly. In particular, I find marketing functions are commonly outsourced to marketing agencies who bamboozle franchisors with smoke mirrors and shit and relieve them of obscene amounts of money to do very little. Some recent examples I've seen include a social media management agency that literally did nothing other than take massive amounts of money from the franchisor, post some very generic social media posts, often with no budget left for actual paid promotion because they had taken it all for themselves, and presented these extensive auto generated reports back to the franchisor each month, full of pictures and graphs and flashy claims dressed up as something marvelous. It took all of about 30 minutes to understand that this marketing agency was basically doing absolutely nothing to drive traffic to franchisees, which incidentally, franchisees and area managers had been saying for a while, and that all the money the franchisor was paying was going to the marketing agency's profits and nothing into any actual paid promotion for the benefit of franchisees or the franchisor. The agency was dumped, the marketing brought in house, which was far cheaper to produce the same content, resulted in far more funds being available for paid promotions, and sales started increasing across franchise stores almost immediately. Another one I found particularly comical was a couple of aspiring actor wannabes masquerading as a marketing agency, charging an absolute fortune each week to manage social media once again, which consisted almost exclusively of videos starring, you guessed it, themselves. Clearly designed to raise their personal profile as actors while getting paid for it. Not only were the videos generally pretty pointless and generated no interest at all, but once again, the entire cost of their work is taken up paying themselves, with nothing left to engage in any paid marketing activity that actually reached a real audience. Within about 18 months of this agency replacing an in house team, about a quarter of all stores had shut, and the average remaining store was down in sales between 30 to 50%, and things continued going downhill from there. I even remember an agency that charged $3,000 a week to manage social media interactions such as feedback, questions, comments, reviews, all that sort of stuff. But because there was so little activity and engagement with the social media pages, this involved about 4 minutes work per week. Not surprisingly, this arrangement was terminated once this was brought to light and critically evaluated. Now, there are a lot of other functions commonly being outsourced by franchisors. A few of them include things like legal, which is a very specialized area, obviously. If doing this, it really needs to be a legal firm that is highly proficient with franchisees. Accounting and bookkeeping, once again, some understanding of franchising is generally beneficial if outsourcing your accounting and bookkeeping. Technology, similar to marketing, there are a lot of rorts in this area, with agencies and IT groups charging a lot of money to do very little because they know a lot of people have no idea what they actually do. I remember one recent example of a mid-sized QSR or fast food franchise that has spent millions continually changing their POS systems, online ordering, and customer apps because they're convinced that each one is a dud. The problem was not just the systems as they are used by other franchise networks that use them very well, but the fact that the decision makers and the people they are using to implement and manage the systems had absolutely no idea what they were doing. Supply chain and procurement's another one. Interestingly, there have been a few agencies and consultants popping up in this area. I haven't personally experienced any yet, so I can't really comment too much at this stage. Leasing and property management is another one that, once again, this area is full of pretender agencies who provide no value whatsoever. I was forced by a franchisor of a network where I was a franchisee with some locations to use a particular well known agency years ago to conduct lease negotiations on one of my sites, even though I wanted to do it myself. Nonetheless, I liaised with the agency and provided them with everything they needed and a nice little package that they needed to renegotiate a good lease for my future. I paid $10,000 as per the franchisor's policy, and eventually, after months, the agency came back with something which was essentially exactly the same as a current lease, despite there being obvious room for improvement. I then took matters into my own hands against the franchisor's instructions and contacted the landlord's representatives myself and got a far better deal because they were very keen to keep us in place as a prominent tenant that added a lot of stability and patronage to the centre. Throughout the process, I got on fairly well with the landlord's main representative that I was dealing with, and he was courteous enough to share with me exactly what this leasing agency had done for their $10,000, which was essentially one illiterate email that was barely even clear what they were after. But the landlord's representative responded and advised that they were open to negotiations or rolling over the existing terms. This scumbag agency had then basically said to roll over the existing terms with a couple of completely inconsequential changes. The result I achieved was about 45% better than this so called specialized agency and was achieved with very minimal effort. But once again, these agencies get away with this because leasing can be complex, negotiations can be hard, and the whole process can be just plain scary. So many franchisors will simply assume an agency that claims to specialize in such matters will actually do it better. I'm sure there are some agencies that do a really good job, but in my experience, there are just as many that don't. Franchisee recruitment and franchise sales is one area where there is definitely some professional and high quality players, particularly here in Australia. But they are expensive, and the amount you end up paying for 3 or 4 locations per year would be about the same as a franchisor putting their own person on full time. Additionally, while there are some very reputable agencies operating in this space, there are also some not so reputable agencies that seem to charge the same amount as the reputable ones. So it really pays to do your research and, most importantly, watch the results and understand if you are getting value for money. Human resources. This is becoming much more common to outsource as businesses are both terrified and confused by the ridiculous overreach of employment legislation and complex modern awards operating in different industries in Australia. I've seen some agencies do this really well and others that should not be allowed anywhere near your human resources. Recruitment, in particular, is commonly outsourced, but this aspect needs to be very carefully considered, as unless you have a recruitment agency or consultant that understands franchising, your industry, and preferably your business in detail, how do you expect them to recruit suitable people for your organization? Often, the people doing the recruitment may or may not have some sort of degree with a HR major, which these days is more about maintaining DIE or diversity, inclusiveness, and equity targets and mental health policies in the workplace than anything more tangible like recruitment, hiring, firing, and legislation. Many employers will often use these recruitment agencies to do the advertising, screen applicants, create a shortlist, do initial interviews, and whittle the list down to 1 or 2 candidates they consider the best based on their extremely limited knowledge. Then the employer do a final interview, but by this stage, 99% of other candidates have been eliminated. What is even scarier now is that AI is being used to eliminate candidates, often based on nothing more than keywords being present or not present in a resume or cover letter. So if high quality applicants have used different words other than the keywords, then they are eliminated without even consideration. Even if AI isn't used, a lot of recruiters literally only spend about 30 seconds skimming a resume or cover letter before deciding if a candidate is in or out. And a lot will only look at the first few candidates that come in and then archive the rest in case they are needed. So, if the best candidate applies after 2 weeks because they have just become available or because they looked at the closing date, their odds of being ignored with a lot of agencies is very high. And for this service, or lack thereof, these recruitment agencies often charge between 10 and 15% of a salary package. So on a $100,000 a year salary package, they are charging $10,000 to $15,000 for what generally amounts to the equivalent of barely 8 hours work. But once again, this is all out of sight. And while many franchisors continually wonder why their hires don't work out or end up being full of or why there are few quality candidates, their recruitment agency is making a mozza while continuing to look busy and professional without doing much. So tread carefully when using recruitment agencies in general and make sure they really understand your business, the industry, and franchising before engaging them, and watch what they do carefully. Construction and fit out. Yeah, wow. So much diversity here and a lot of rorting, both by some construction and fit out companies and sometimes by franchisors as well, even when outsourced. Often, construction and fit out companies can get away with a ridiculous amount of overcharging and under-delivering here because the franchisees are paying. And slack franchisors will often dictate that franchisees must use particular fit out and construction companies. So a fit out that could have been done well for, say, $300,000 now becomes $800,000. And because it doesn't directly affect the franchisor, very little effort is put into getting better prices for the franchisees or ensuring the quality of the work. I remember one franchisor I have worked with where every single site I visited, which had opened in the last 2 years, had the franchisees and the area managers bombarding me with problems about their construction. Not just overpricing, but poorly completed work, unfinished work that never got finished, incorrect or impractical installations like PowerPoints around wet areas or cupboards that nobody could get into, shelves that were so high nobody could actually reach them, improperly installed cold rooms that leaked water and condensation, including into neighbouring tenancies, and iced up continually, or even had the condenser fans installed backwards repeatedly. The list goes on and on. In each of these locations, the franchisor did not even have a representative sign off on the construction and fit out before opening or respond to any franchisee complaints at any time. Why? Because they didn't give a stuff about the franchisees and it wasn't costing the franchisor any money. The other reason a lot of these construction and fit out companies are charging so much is direct kickbacks to the franchisor in some cases. So when a $300,000 build costs $800,000, but the franchisor gets $150,000 each time, a lot of franchisors are pretty happy to keep that arrangement in place, regardless of the quality or the impact on franchisees. Not surprisingly, if you are fixing this for a franchisor, it starts with shopping around, getting quotes and negotiating, and then maintaining strict quality controls on external companies and contractors used. It can be done and done very well without necessarily a lot of effort, which saves franchisees hundreds of thousands of dollars, improves the relationship between the franchisee and the franchisor, and helps set the franchisee up for future success. Just as a quick example of how bad this can get, there is one franchise that comes to mind that had a construction and fit out company that they always used. While working with another franchise, I got quotes from this company along with others for building sites at the particular franchise I was working with. This particular construction and fit out agency was up to 3 times the cost of every other quote. And their defense was that this other well known franchise uses them which was true. However, all these years later, that particular franchise, which was well known and had nearly 100 sites, is basically gone and irrelevant, with all its franchisees going bust, closing, and walking away because they couldn't make any money. No doubt this franchise had many problems, but franchisees being burdened with a massive debt, 3 times larger than it should have been, would have played a big part in so many franchisees failing. To put this in perspective, a $400,000 loan paid out over an entire franchise term of 5 years, which isn't great, will cost about $500,000, including interest, or roughly about $2,000 per week, depending on all the usual variables and who they borrow money from. A $1.2 million loan, so 3 times the amount, paid out over the same term, will cost about $1.5 million, including interest. So that's $200,000 more in interest, about $40,000 per year more in interest, $800 per week more in interest, or about $6,000 per week in total repayments. That is $4,000 per week less into the pocket of the franchisees, or it is a fast track to ruin. Please note that these are very rough ballpark figures just to illustrate the effect on franchisees and should not be considered financial advice. Just got to throw that disclaimer in there to cover myself. So what is the takeaway here if you're trying to turn around a franchisor head office team? Firstly, just understand the expertise you need. Evaluate if you really have it. Source it internally if you can, and use outside expertise where necessary. But always pay attention and hold your outside agencies accountable, as well as your internal staff, of course, and critically evaluate if you are getting value for money. Next, in relation to how developed the franchisor is, you may want to consider number 3. Are there standards around franchisee recruitment and approval? Now, as somebody who came from an operational and training background in franchising, I've always been one to stamp my feet about recruiting and approval standards for new franchisees. In a perfect world, I would love every franchisee to be a perfect franchisee, but let's be honest, the world doesn't work like that. And many potential franchisees are attracted to franchising because they know they aren't perfect and will need training, guidance, support, and structure that comes and should come with a franchise network. In which case, as far as I'm concerned, they're going to have to jump through a lot of hoops, especially training wise, to learn and become the best possible franchisee they can be before they are approved. Now, once again, as many franchise salespeople have told me in heated conversations over the years, the world doesn't work like that for a whole range of reasons, including the fact that most franchisees do not want to spend several years in training, let alone pay for that level of training, and nor do most franchisors have any intention of making that kind of investment into a franchisee, with only a couple of notable exceptions in very high worth franchise networks. So it ends up being a compromise on most occasions and in most networks, because what would be the case in a perfect world and what will hopefully be sufficient to ensure a high chance of success while not seemingly overly onerous to potential franchisees, so much so that it scares them all off. This is something that most franchisors will not admit, while proudly proclaiming that their 3 weeks of basic training is completely sufficient to enable you to change career from being an IT professional with no hospitality experience to owning your own business operating a restaurant, or whatever the situation may be. However, it's absolutely true. So, with that being the case, it is absolutely essential that there are some clear standards and solid processes around franchisee recruitment and approval to ensure that the fine line between creating a situation with a high chance of the franchisee being successful and the franchisee being likely to fail doesn't become blurred. I hate to say it, but too often the right franchisee for many franchisors is considered somebody with a heartbeat and sufficient funds. And everything else is secondary to that, if even considered at all, which unfortunately, ultimately, usually ends in problems. The other day, I was talking to somebody high up in a franchisor that claims it is trying to resurrect itself after years of decline. Approximately 80% of its franchisees have failed and closed or are currently failing, with about 70% of their sites having closed permanently in the last decade or so. They appear to have done no real analysis on this and still don't really seem to understand why so many sites have failed. They don't even have a clue if their current sites are breaking even or making money, or how much money they are making or losing, or even what their break even is. They don't know what sites or type of locations or areas have worked well or poorly for them historically, and that they are aiming to go into in future, or why. However, when questioned about the extremely high failure rate, they throw out the usual pearl that it was just bad franchisees. Now, if we take this at face value, which I don't, but let's assume I did, that it was all the fault of bad franchisees, my follow up question, given that this franchise brand now wants to expand again, was how are you going to ensure you get the right franchisees this time? And or ensure the franchisee approval and training processes give them the best possible chance of success. This is the very concerning reality, was that there was no plan to ensure they got the right franchisees this time. They were just going to get more through advertising extensively for franchisees and turning up to franchise expos, and then give them limited training, next to no support, make them jump through almost no hoops at all, and then stick them in new sites wherever they happen to be, and hope it somehow works out differently than in the past. This is sadly what you are going to see in franchisors in need of rescuing and turning around. It may get some cash in the door the first time, but is unlikely to work long term and will create more and more problems the longer it continues. Now, the next thing to consider in relation to how developed the franchisor processes are, number four, is marketing and promotion effective? Now, if you've listened to other podcasts in this series, you've probably figured out that I'm a bit old school. And by effective, when it comes to marketing, I mean, does it generate sales or leads? If you're in a business where leads are the natural result rather than direct sales, which used to be the commonly understood definition of effective marketing and promotion. But these days, many marketing people have things so spun around, they consider marketing and promotion to be about everything except sales generation. And in many franchises, especially those in need of rescuing or turning around, there seems to be no exception. When franchisees will almost certainly be paying a significant portion of their sales each week, usually between 2 and 6% of total sales, into a marketing or advertising fund, which is required to be used by the franchisor exclusively for advertising and marketing purposes. This can often amount to thousands per week per franchisee. We are talking about a sizable sum of money here. It really needs to be treated as an investment by both the franchisees and the franchisor. It shouldn't be considered some entitlement of the franchisor with no accountability. It is important to remember that in Australia, as well as in most countries and under most franchise agreements anywhere in the world, the franchisor is required to spend this marketing money exclusively on marketing and promotional activities. Although this is a very wide definition, the fund is generally at the full discretion of the franchisor and doesn't need to be spent equally across all franchise locations or on a pro rata basis. And it almost never is, because normally there will be some network wide marketing and promotional activities, some regional activities, and some location based activities, which may vary depending on the needs of each location. This is generally a good thing if managed well, but franchisees need to understand it is a communal pot of money for the entire network's benefit as a whole. However, the most important thing is whether the investment that franchisees make into the marketing or advertising fund each week is generating a return on investment, or ROI, as is commonly called, overall for the network. I.e., for every dollar invested, are they seeing 5, 10, or $20 back in sales? Or are they seeing $0 back? If so, then the franchisees would have been better off not spending each dollar on marketing and keeping it as profit. Usually, this is somewhat easy to track because if the franchisor is promoting a product or a special offer, you can determine the number of extra customers attracted fairly directly based on the number of customers taking up the new product or offer. Otherwise, you are left judging a more general trend of whether sales or leads are increasing when the franchisor is running marketing campaigns. If there are thousands of dollars per week per franchisee being paid into a marketing fund and the franchisor is spending a lot of money promoting a new product and no customers are coming and sales are stagnant, then you need to be asking questions about what is going on, especially if this is a consistent pattern. Although keep in mind that not every marketing campaign or promotion will be an absolute winner. Sadly, in an increasing number of franchise networks these days, the franchisors run wishy washy, pointless campaigns, often referring to it as a branding activity, that do nothing to attract customers, sales, or leads, and aren't even keeping the existing customer base engaged or coming back. In circumstances where franchisees and the franchisor is struggling, this is really concerning. They need to be engaging in highly effective marketing and promotions that drive an increase in customers, sales, or leads. Nothing else will suffice if a franchisor is in urgent need of turning around because of low network sales, which, if we are talking about franchisors needing rescue and turnaround, we can assume we are talking about network sales that are too low. I've had this exact circumstance repeatedly over time where everybody is losing money and the marketing team is spending the entirety of the marketing fund on changing color schemes or inventing a new logo or just paying for their logo to appear in random places. I mean, the question to ask yourself is, when was the last time you saw signage in the background of a sporting event or somewhere else with a logo and said, geez, I had better go try them out? The answer, of course, is almost never. And this kind of promotion is not designed to do that. It is a kind of promotion that is run by mega corporations to keep themselves top of mind, knowing that they basically just need or want to maintain their position in the market, not necessarily grow massively or quickly. When grow massively and quickly is what a franchise network needs to do, then you need marketing and promotion that forces people to say, yes, I'm going to go try that, or I'm going to give them a call, or I'm going to jump on their website right now. When I've dealt with networks in trouble, the first few marketing assessments I make are generally around, firstly, if the marketing fund is being spent lawfully on the marketing and promotional material. Generally, it is, and that isn't usually a problem, although I'm aware of a couple of franchisors in the industry who have been caught out or are widely known to be spending their marketing fund on non marketing activities. So I can't say it never happens. I need to understand after that what the marketing team is trying to achieve. If it is anything other than immediate and rapid sales growth, then it is the wrong answer for a franchisor requiring rescue and turnaround. Sadly, this is where I usually find the first big problem. If the marketing team is busy doing everything except driving sales, their inevitable words will be that they are focusing on branding, and slowly sales will organically grow as customers become more familiar with the brand. Unfortunately, no. Sales won't slowly grow because your franchisees will all go bust before that strategy works. Meanwhile, the marketing fund contributions will get less and less as there are fewer franchisees contributing because they can't afford it. And their sales are even smaller, even if they are still contributing, which means that they are contributing less. I've consistently walked into franchises that have seen this pattern continually for years with an endless downward spiral. And still, the marketing team will insist their strategy is working or is just about to start working. Even worse, something I've been increasingly hearing in recent years is so called university qualified marketing professionals, usually graduating in the last decade or two, saying that there is no link between marketing, advertising, and promotion and customer sales or lead growth, and that it isn't even what marketing is meant to be about. Well, only if you have no idea what you're doing. And many of these marketing academic types are increasingly convincing themselves, the executive boards and shareholders, that marketing and promotion is a long term journey designed to develop an emotional and subconscious connection with the customer, and there is no such thing as quick wins and blah, 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 blah. Here is a reality check. In every one of these situations where I ended up being responsible for the marketing, we have seen quick wins, we have seen customer sales or lead growth, and very rapid growth at that through direct marketing designed to get the customers buying and buying quickly. So it is very possible if that is what is needed. And another point, if you want to impact the way a customer feels about the brand and have them remember the brand, nothing beats actually getting them to buy from the brand. I mean, think about it. When you are deciding to buy dinner tonight, you will almost certainly use the brands you have used before. They got you there once and they kept you coming back. If you are going to try somewhere new, it is most likely because they're running some type of promotion that makes you want to go there, whether it's a great new product or a special deal or something else. Otherwise, it may be because they hooked a friend or family member and they have recommended a particular place to you. It is unlikely to be because you saw their logo in the background of a football game or floating down the Brisbane River, for example. If a marketing team doesn't get the need for sales in a franchisor in urgent need of turning around and can't be taught and get on board with it, then unfortunately they are a waste of the precious marketing fund dollars, which franchisees have every right to expect will generate a positive return on investment for them. The other very common issue I see with the use of the marketing funds is outsourcing to agencies, very few of whom produce results, but do produce a bunch of buzzwords, pretty pictures, and irrelevant numbers to try and justify their often exorbitant fees. 90% of the time, when I have looked into the activities and return on investment provided by these agencies, it has been somewhere between very bad and an atrocious use of the marketing funds and completely ineffective. The other 10% of the time, which is perfectly acceptable in my opinion, it has usually been marketing agencies that are used for very niche activities for which the franchisors don't have the in house skill set. For example, a small franchisor who doesn't have the capacity to develop a website. Next, to look at in relation to how developed a franchisor's processes are. Number 5, is training available, professional, and effective? Training takes many forms. It can be in person, one on one, small groups, large groups, online training platforms, or learning management systems, which are very common these days and can also be highly effective if set up, managed, maintained, and used correctly. A bit old school, but handbooks, workbooks, notices, newsletters, posters, and the list goes on and on. Effective training means that people know what they are doing or they can do better after the training. You can judge the effectiveness of a franchisor's training by having a good look around a franchise network. How skilled and capable are the franchisees and their teams? Is there consistency amongst the different franchise locations? Is the training material in whatever format it takes comprehensive? Does it cover everything? Is somebody new to the franchise network going to be sufficiently competent after participating in the training? Is the training professional and has thought been put into it? Or has it been slapped together fast? This shows if the franchisor even takes it seriously. Take a franchise industry leader like McDonald's as a good example of training. Everything is covered in their training, from basic induction all the way through to restaurant manager, franchisee, and head office level. There is an extremely high level of consistency between all McDonald's restaurants in Australia and even globally, with the exception of regionally specific menus. And staff are easily interchangeable between restaurants because everybody knows, based on what a team member's role is, what that person has been trained in, what level they should be at, and what they should know. From a customer perspective, the product, service, and operations of McDonald's restaurants are then consistent because of this. The quality of the training impacts several things for a franchisee. It will affect whether the franchisee knows what they are doing, whether the franchisee has good quality support from the franchisor in training their team, and whether the franchisee can expect the same high quality from their neighboring franchise locations as they would expect from their own. Or are other franchisees at risk of dragging the brand and every franchise location down by association? Most of the time, in franchise networks, which require urgent rescuing or turning around, the training material will be in several categories. Most likely, it'll be very limited or non existent, often just relying on one person telling another person without any documented systems or training to reference back to in order to ensure that the information is correct. It could potentially be outdated and therefore now largely irrelevant and thought of as such by everybody in the network, i.e., not even worth looking at now. It could be so poorly put together it is embarrassing to even try and utilize it. I'm actually surprised how often I have seen material that makes no sense, is copied from other brands without even changing the information, is full of spelling, formatting, and technical errors, and looks like it was put together by a primary school student for an assignment on the morning it was due. Or occasionally, in franchise networks requiring a rescue or turnaround, the training material does exist and to a high standard, but is not driven by the franchisor and the head office team as important, so largely remains unused. This generally happens when the network had high quality operations and training teams in place at one point, but they have left and now nobody appreciates the value of such material. Obviously, walking into this situation, you need to consider that creating such material from scratch will often take thousands of hours of work, and even updating will generally take hundreds or thousands of hours of work. Depending on the state of such material, and the franchisor may not have the resources to do this. By that I mean they either don't have the in house resources available in their operations or trainings team, or they don't have the funds available to outsource to outside experts. This may mean triaging or prioritizing different training material in terms of what is most urgent, what will have the biggest impact, and how long different things are going to take. If you have absolutely nothing, this can mean starting with something really simple. I remember one franchisor that I went into that had a lot of problems and not a single piece of training or operational support material. This was a food franchise with around about 30 locations. A few things stood out straight away. The food was really inconsistent from location to location, with different portions, presentation, and even different ingredients being used. Even within each location, the food was extremely inconsistent, with different staff making products completely differently. COGS, or cost of goods sold, was out of control and around 40 to 50% in each location, despite the franchisor believing it should be around 30%. There had been quite a few instances of serious allergens such as peanuts, satay sauce, and shellfish having been added to products that shouldn't have contained some of those ingredients, which had then resulted in customers who were allergic to those ingredients being hospitalized. Most stores had simply placed customer menus up in the kitchen for staff to read and try to follow when making products. But true to form for this franchise, these menus weren't even correct according to what the franchisor wanted and was expecting. The very first piece of training material we put in place was simple, large format wall charts with easy to read ingredient lists, including the amount of each ingredient and the order it went on to products to produce the desired presentation. Once created and placed in every restaurant, along with basic instructions to all team members to read and refer to them for every product and follow them religiously, there was an immediate improvement in product consistency within each restaurant and between all restaurants. A massive improvement to COGS as team members were now following actual recipes. Presentation improved as products were made in the correct order, and there were no more cases of incorrect allergens being accidentally added to products. This was only a small step in the right direction, and much more came afterwards. But this simple, quick action had an impact across around 2,000 team members and tens of thousands of customers each week. And best of all, it could be effectively implemented within a couple of days. No fancy videography or graphic design required, no elaborate systems or outside expertise to achieve an immediate and effective impact. It is also important to remember that while the McDonald's standard is fantastic to strive for, unless you have the massive financial and people resources of McDonald's, along with decades of development time, you aren't going to achieve that in a hurry. But assess and prioritize what you can realistically do. A highly interactive and engaging learning management system or online training platform is a fantastic tool for consistently training large numbers of people. But small franchisors may not be able to afford this, although it is certainly becoming much more affordable now than it ever has been before. And they may also not have the technical expertise to develop online training and assessment modules for their team. They may not be able to create and edit videos, for example. So, in some cases, smaller franchisors may need to still rely on basic paper training materials or more basic digital formats. However, it is important to remember that the focus is the content and the key learning outcomes required. There are a lot of franchises that have created cinematic masterpieces worthy of Oscar contention or artistic masterpieces worthy of a museum, while the content is almost non existent or lost in all the bells and whistles, which then leads to poor learning outcomes. As part of any training, assessment is also very important. Assessment, even if very simple, such as multiple choice questions, serves several key purposes. Firstly, it focuses the user to learn the content and understand the key learning outcomes that are required, so long as the assessment focuses on the key learning outcomes that need to be achieved and isn't just a bunch of random, irrelevant questions slapped together, which I've unfortunately seen many times. Secondly, it shows the training team which areas learners are struggling with the most. Consistent patterns of users getting certain questions wrong will indicate that the training in this area needs to be improved or clearer. Third, it creates a record that the training was not only delivered but also understood, which in this day and age of litigation and government agency investigations and fines is extremely important. To be blunt, for a franchisor and franchisees to cover their arse, the training and assessment is paramount. Next thing to consider in relation to how developed the franchisor is. Number 6, Are there appropriate technology systems in place? There are two big things to consider in relation to tech systems that franchisors have implemented. Firstly, are the systems actually implemented? There are a lot of great systems out there these days that assist with everything from data management and analysis, operations, efficiency and effectiveness, to managing legislative and brand compliance. However, there are also some duds. Secondly, and in my experience, often far more important, are the systems in place being utilized to their maximum potential? Too often, I've seen franchisors shell out hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions for tech systems across their networks and never even bothering to set them up properly or use them to their full potential. One network I know of changed their POS and management systems 3 times in less than a year, driving franchisees nuts, and had failed to put in the time and effort to maximize the potential of any of them. The final system they had settled on in this particular QSR had no management level reporting available to franchisees or head office teams other than an end of day sales total, which was on average about $500 wrong per store per day. The app and third party aggregator apps struggled to integrate properly with the system, and funniest of all, the franchisor had to bolt on several additional programs and spreadsheets in order to try and even calculate the amount of franchise fees franchisees had to pay each week. And they were constantly in dispute with franchisees about whether calculations were accurate, as franchisees had no access to their own data, and what little they did have didn't match any figures claimed by head office. The franchisor had spent nearly $1 million on changing systems and hadn't bothered to implement any of them effectively, despite the fact that each of these systems they had implemented had the potential to be quite useful and effective. The systems they had thrown out were actually some of the better systems on the market, and the one they had settled on was probably one of the worst, but still had the potential to be implemented far better than the franchisor had done. Now, once again, I appreciate that in smaller or struggling networks, they probably don't have the ability to rapidly implement new and especially expensive tech systems. So, maximizing what they do have available, even if it is just Excel spreadsheets, is a really good place to start. What you can achieve with Excel is really quite incredible for basically no cost. And then prioritizing what is needed moving forward, which may include a whole variety of things such as POS and management systems, social media management systems, learning management or online training systems, various apps for everything from record keeping to checklists and auditing, basics like Microsoft Office, design software, Canva, etc., as well as obviously hardware, whether that be extra screens, iPads, fast hard drives, laptops, whatever. Next to look at in relation to how to develop the franchisor is number 7. Are there effective maintenance and equipment processes and support in place? I once agreed to buy and reopen a closed franchise QSR outlet in a regional Australian town if the franchisor simply had the equipment service and operational beforehand. The franchisor was so clueless that they actually had no idea how to do this and no contacts. As a result, the sale fell through, which not only cost the franchisor the sale price, which admittedly wasn't much, but left them paying rent on a closed site and forever lost them future franchise fees worth a couple of $100,000 a year, not to mention gave them a black eye in the form of an unnecessarily permanently closed site. Needless to say, if a franchisor has a model that requires equipment, then it needs to be vetting this equipment and know how franchisees are expected to purchase, use, and maintain the equipment. Another disaster example I'm aware of was a franchisor who mandated that franchisees must purchase 2 to 4 specific pieces of automated equipment costing about $2,000 each. The automated equipment was meant to make franchisees' life easier. and did save a few seconds per meal. But the quality produced was inferior and inconsistent. And then they all wore out and broke within a couple of months. The CEO and brand manager were confronted about this by angry franchisees and publicly promised to buy them back. But once they thought franchisees had forgotten about it, this promise was promptly denied, leaving the poor area managers to deal with angry franchisees. Sadly, not an uncommon situation in this franchise from what I saw. I've seen other franchisors that insisted franchisees buy the most expensive equipment imaginable, far beyond what is actually necessary. The end result being franchisees in so much debt they go bust trying to pay it all off. So, it's also important to consider what the equipment needs really are, the benefits of such equipment, the cost effectiveness of such equipment, and to thoroughly test the equipment before rolling it out. Next, in relation to considering how developed the franchisor is. Number 8, are there effective and appropriately priced supply chain processes in place? It used to be a given that franchisors would ensure effective supply chain processes were in place for franchisees, and that the prices that franchisees were paying were far better than they could get themselves as independent operators. Somehow, that seems to have been forgotten by many franchisors these days. Unbelievably, in some franchises, including some very large franchises, franchisees are paying far more for their mandated supply chain ingredients than franchisees can source for themselves as individuals. One franchise I know simply puts its stickers on boxes of ingredients that are identical to other boxes of ingredients being distributed by the same manufacturer and then charges several extra dollars per box, which is pure profit for the franchisor at the franchisee's expense. In no uncertain terms, if franchisees are able to easily source supply chain ingredients or services of identical quality and type as individual operators at far better prices, especially because the franchisor is clipping the ticket on the mandated products, then this is pretty disgusting. Likewise, lazy franchisors just telling franchisees to source their own products is likely to be highly detrimental to the quality and consistency of the network. There seems to have been a bit of a rise in this as well over recent years, as fly by night franchisors have just avoided responsibility for supply chain and many other areas as well in a rush to just sell as many franchises as possible while providing as little as possible in the way of systems, processes, and procedures to support franchisees. Another pet peeve of mine is franchisors whose supply chain fails frequently, which mostly means they run out of product or fail for whatever reason to be able to ensure reliable distribution to their franchisees' sites. This isn't hard to manage with access to basic data and proper planning. There will definitely be unexpected hiccups from time to time, but I can name plenty of networks who are consistently unable to supply anywhere between 10 to 30% of their products at any given point in time. That's just terrible management and something that needs to be fixed. In simple terms, the vast majority of supply chain should be managed by the franchisor for the simplicity and the ease of the franchisees. And it should be good quality, available, and it should be cheaper and better than the franchisees can source themselves. It's not to say that franchisors can't also benefit from some supplier rebates, but it shouldn't be at the expense of franchisees. This always looks terrible and builds incredible resentment within the franchisee network. If an effective and efficient supply chain isn't in place, then some serious work is required to sort it out. It definitely comes with its challenges. Smaller networks will often struggle with buying and negotiating power. Larger networks will have challenges associated with distribution across much more geographically dispersed locations. But it is manageable. Next, when considering how developed the franchisor is, number 9, Are legal, accounting, and human resource processes and documents in good order, professional, and correct? These are obviously meant to be fairly foundational, especially in a franchise. However, it is amazing how many franchisors that are in trouble do not even have the most fundamental aspects of this in place. And I'm talking about things such as franchise agreements and disclosure documents, for example. I once reviewed documents for a franchisor that were so incorrect they had even misstated their franchise fees, amongst almost everything else in almost every single signed agreement they had. Likewise, any business needs to keep up with its bookkeeping and accounting to ensure it is compliant, but also to ensure it understands where it stands. Sadly, it is one of the first areas to fall away when things start to break down. While I will say this carefully, if a business hasn't maintained its books or they are in a complete mess, it isn't necessarily a dead end. I've seen it a lot over the years where people will say that if I can't see up to date books, then I can't help you. Now, whether that's a franchisor saying it to franchisees or a consultant saying it to a franchisor, it doesn't make any difference. When I've been confronted with this situation many times over the years, and if an urgent turnaround or rescue is required, and there aren't months to wait for the books to be brought up to date by accountants and bookkeepers, the business doesn't have or can't afford. Usually, some quite accurate ballpark calculations can be completed to at least understand operational costs and profitability and debt position. So, some urgent changes can start being made if required, while books are still being brought into line. Next thing to consider in relation to how developed the franchisor is number 10. Are property processes and leasing effectively managed? The property processes in franchising can be quite diverse, but generally there are two schools of thought and action where physical sites are required for franchise locations. Firstly, the franchisor may hold the lease or even own the site and do up a sublease, license, or some other arrangement for franchisees to operate from the site. The regarded benefit for the franchisor being that the franchisor can maintain the site even if a franchisee fails or walks away. The benefit for the franchisee being that it is often easier to walk away, but this isn't always the case, of course. The franchisor may sometimes also be more understanding and accommodating of the challenges the franchisee is experiencing compared to an average landlord. But once again, this is not always the case. The other alternative is that the franchisee will hold the lease for the landlord for each site. The advantage for the franchisor being that they aren't on the hook with the landlords. If a franchisee fails or walks away, the landlord goes after the franchisee, not the franchisor. The advantage for the franchisee being that the lease is not held by the franchisor, meaning that the franchisor has less control over the franchisee, being that it is far easier for a franchisee to be booted out of a site if they fall behind with their rent than it is to end a franchise agreement in Australia. However, regardless of which way the leasing arrangements go, the franchisor needs to have some thorough processes around location selection, lease negotiation, and documentation. In franchise networks that are in urgent need of turning around, what you tend to see is a few common things. Firstly, highly inappropriate site selection that doesn't reflect the current model of the business. In this situation, there are two or three possible ways to proceed. My preference, given that there is already a lease and probably a franchisee who has attached their livelihood to this poor site choice, is to look at how the model can be tweaked, evolved, or customized to be made successful in these locations. In my experience, this can be done 98 or 99% of the time. Otherwise, sadly, the preference of many people charged with fixing this situation is to just abandon support or even consciously exit the site, which I think is pretty lazy and weak. And when franchisees are involved, fairly unconscionable, not to mention financially and brand reputation wise, a very poor move. Lastly, some franchisors will just sit and wait to see what happens. Secondly, and commonly to see in circumstances of franchisors needing rescuing and turning around, are disastrous leases with terrible terms, especially excessively high lease costs and aggressive annual increases. In this situation, and particularly where the franchisee is suffering and struggling to make money or losing money, it is often possible to renegotiate terms even partway through a lease, probably 60 to 70% of the time, in my experience. And this is possible because the landlord normally knows they got a ridiculously good deal. And upon understanding that the site is likely to fail as a result, will often be prepared to understand that they got as much as they could while they could, but need a more balanced and fair arrangement, or they will have a closed and empty site, producing no return, and will probably have to incentivize the next entity to go in and take a lease at a much more reduced rate anyway. Landlords are generally prepared to push their luck until just before the end, but will pull back before the end comes and results in a closed site, which is making no money so long as they can be assured of a reasonable overall return. And then lastly, the big thing you tend to see in franchisors in need of rescuing or turning around is massive arrears on lease costs. I've walked into franchise networks where every single franchisee was between 3 months and 2 years behind with their lease payments. Yes, as amazing as it seems, some landlords really do let it get this bad. And once again, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They could kick the tenant out, in which case they probably still wouldn't get any of the money they are owed and will have to incentivize somebody else to take the site if they can even find somebody else. Dealing with this is unpleasant, and in one of the particular franchises I mentioned before, I had to go cap in hand to almost every landlord and get my ass handed to me as the new representative of the franchisor. And every time the process went essentially the same. The landlord will be pissed, they would question the competence of the franchisee and the franchisor. In most cases, I would agree that the previous performance and competence of the franchisor is the major problem, while defending the franchisee, essentially taking ownership of the problem. Alternatively, if the franchisee was a problem, I'd also have to take ownership for addressing that as well. I'd have to demonstrate a commitment from the franchisor while accepting the franchisor had failed previously and explaining why the situation had now changed, and also convincing the landlord that we now had the skills, knowledge, and resources to fix the core problem, which was almost always a lack of sales and profitability for the franchise location. Then I'd have to request the assistance of the landlord where appropriate to either reduce the lease costs, especially if they were high, provide a rent-free period, hold off on any further annual increases, putting a stay on any pending legal action, or assisting with marketing and promotion if the landlord had the capacity to do so, such as in larger shopping centres. And then, most importantly, to the landlord was putting in place a payment arrangement to stop the situation getting worse and start paying down arrears, which is, of course, what they want the most. Then, finally, what was always required is the follow up and the delivery on the promises that have been made, keeping communication open and responsive. If extenuating circumstances arose where commitments couldn't be kept, which they did on occasion, then communicating and making a revised plan was generally accepted so long as we had some credibility in the preceding period. There were times when landlords or their representatives would huff and puff and make threats, all within their rights, but the response was always the same, that unfortunately it doesn't change our capacity to do anything. If the landlord needs to take action, then they can do so, and we are very much aware of what they can do. But the franchisee already has nothing, and you will be left with an empty site, not receiving any future payments, not recouping any of the money you're currently owed, and probably having to incentivize the next tenant just to enter the location. Oh, and our capacity as a franchisor to take over the site and operate it and or assist in any further way at that point was zero. Take our best efforts, offer and plan, or leave it and try your chances. Not necessarily a great situation to put landlords in, but they had to see it was their best and only chance to win, which coincidentally also meant the franchisee and the franchisor were also going to win. Everybody is a winner, even if nobody wins by as much as they would have liked or as quickly as they would have liked. Of course, you only get one chance to play the new guy, new plan card, but every single landlord took it, and within 18 months, every single lease was up to date, and the network's relationship with landlords had improved massively. Finally, when dealing with these situations, there are a few things I would certainly not recommend doing. Firstly, don't blame the landlord. It is seldom their fault. If there are some valid points, such as rent that is legitimately too high or annual increases that are too high, then sure, raise them. But normally, the majority of the blame is with the franchisor and the franchisee. Don't get angry with the landlord or their representatives. You will probably have to cop some crap, but receive it in the nicest possible way. If you start aggravating people's emotions, you are much less likely to reach a compromise with them. Don't make promises you can't keep, even if pressured by the landlord. This will just create a problem later on. Take it from my personal experience that there is nothing worse than following on from people who have made ridiculous promises, such as repayment schedules they were never going to keep. However, in this situation, I would just have to distance myself from my predecessors, throwing them under the bus and explaining that they unfortunately didn't know what they were doing. But I do, and that's why I'm here. I'd also say don't go silent. Communication is essential, even if the news is not pleasant. Honest communication, while not always well received on the surface, is generally going to be quietly appreciated by business people, which is what landlords and their representatives generally are. If people believe you are communicating honestly and that what's being communicated is still somewhat beneficial, then there is going to be a level of comfort in that. And lastly, don't neglect to deliver on your promises. If you promise to start making payments on time and pay down arrears or whatever, then keep those promises for as long as you possibly can. Don't just assume you can keep reworking the arrangements every week. Bend over backwards to keep your promises, especially if you are taking over from a position where promises haven't been kept previously. So, the property and lease situation can be and usually is a ticking time bomb in franchisors in need of rescuing or turning around. There have been quite a few franchisors who have seen themselves completely wiped out within a few short years because property and leasing processes were not managed or monitored appropriately, or in some cases at all. Next, when looking at how developed the franchisor processes are, number 11, what revenue sources does the franchisor rely upon and how are these performing? So, common franchisor revenue sources will include things like weekly franchise fees, which is the regular weekly income that should be fairly predictable for franchisors. Unfortunately, when a network starts struggling, these payments become a lot less reliable because franchisees simply don't have the money. Additionally, there are networks where franchisees deliberately turn off their fee direct debits or stop paying their fees out of protest against the franchisor because they don't believe the franchisor is performing its role. Now, needless to say, this is a pretty bad sign in relation to the franchisor's relationship with franchisees, and not just a bad sign in terms of the franchisor's revenue. Poor quality franchisors in this situation tend to start threatening, sending in lawyers, or whatever else. But it isn't going to work, especially if the franchisees have no money. The way I prefer to approach it is quite simple. Firstly, do the maths. If it hasn't already been done, which hopefully it has, and spend the time to understand each franchisee's situation. Understand what the break even is for the franchisee. Sadly, in every franchise network I've seen in trouble, the franchisor has absolutely no idea about this or simply made up supposed franchisee break evens. Understand the franchisee's debt and especially arrears, what is urgent and what isn't as urgent. Develop a plan to get the franchisee out of their current situation and stay close to the franchisee. Once they are in a situation where they can afford it, the payments will naturally start coming through weekly, along with arrears payments. Alternatively, if franchisees have stopped paying their weekly fees in protest, it obviously requires open communication with the franchisees to get to the heart of the problem and their concerns so you can address them. Some call this approach soft, but it works because you fix the core problem. Huffing and puffing and threatening may seem appealing, but you just can't get blood out of a stone. And if you send a franchisee bust, then you will probably get nothing as well, either because the franchisee has nothing or because they've been smart enough to protect themselves. Now, product rebates are another source of revenue for franchisors, which are becoming increasingly substantial in most franchise networks. These are mostly linked to the purchase of necessary goods and services by the franchisees. If product rebates are falling, there are two main reasons for this. Firstly, it could be because network sales are falling. If network sales are falling, then franchisees need less products, which means less rebates for the franchisor. The core problem is obviously fixing the falling network sales. Secondly, it may mean franchisees are buying their goods and services elsewhere. Now, this only happens for one reason, which is because franchisees can source their goods and services cheaper or more reliably elsewhere. If this is the case, then it represents a massive failure of the franchisor to use their buying power to get the best possible prices for their franchisees, with or without a rebate included for themselves. So fix that situation, and franchisees will naturally start buying through the approved suppliers that generate rebates for the franchisor. Sadly, a lot of franchisors instead try to go down the path of threatening and enforcement as their primary course of action, which just builds anger, frustration, resistance, and hostility amongst franchisees. Corporate location revenue is another revenue source for franchisors. If the franchisor is operating their own locations, then obviously operating them profitably should be an additional revenue for the franchisor, as well as being beneficial for a range of other reasons, such as training, running trials, developing internal talent, etc. If they aren't making money, which sadly is common in many poorly run franchisors, then it is time to get the right people into the franchisor to fix this and or resource your corporate locations appropriately. Instead of trying to penny pinch, which is sadly common amongst many poor performing franchisors. It really isn't that hard, so long as the model is viable. But it does require time to fix and probably won't happen overnight. Usually I find 3 months sufficient, but there are, of course, shorter and longer exceptions. There is also upfront fees and charges as another revenue source for franchisors. Upfront fees and costs will, of course, generally be linked to the sale of a new franchise location and to a lesser extent, an existing franchise location. It goes without saying that if a franchisor is having serious problems and is in need of a turnaround, then the last thing they should be doing is selling more franchise locations. Yet, sadly, this seems to be very commonly what many franchisors try and do, but it leads to two big problems. Firstly, you make more problems. Despite the short term cash injection, you now have more locations which will be in trouble and failing, just like the others, which means long term pain until you fix the core problems within the network. And then, secondly, you make it harder to sell franchise locations in the future once you have actually fixed the problem. So, for heaven's sake, fix the core problems and make sure the model is viable before trying to sell dud franchise locations to get more money in. A well developed franchisor will generally have most of these revenue streams as a minimum, those being weekly fees, product rebates, corporate location revenue, and upfront charges and fees for franchisees, and may have added to them in a variety of different ways. However, most struggling franchisors in need of rescuing or turning around will have serious issues limiting the amount of revenue they are getting from all these possibilities, which then obviously affects their ability to operate and support their franchisees. Okay, another thing to consider in relation to how developed a franchisor is. Number 12, is the franchisor utilizing its financial resources effectively to achieve desired and meaningful results? Now, obviously, if the franchisor is in definite need of rescuing and turning around, then the financial situation may be pretty dire. I definitely don't endorse trading insolvent as it's illegal and nothing in this presentation constitutes financial advice. However, as a basic matter of common sense, you need to understand your current financial situation, including profitability, cash flow, assets, liabilities, and especially short term debts. Anything you are already behind with, and especially anything that is already heading towards legal action and poses a big risk to the company. This may seem easy, but what I have often seen with any business that is struggling is that they have lost track of everything. They generally have not kept up with bookkeeping. They frequently aren't even keeping up with all the threats, demands, and pending legal action against them. It can be quite a mission sometimes to dig it all out, especially if the business has had its head in the sand. Then really look at your revenue and expenses. We just covered revenue sources before, including weekly franchise fees, supplier rebates, corporate location revenue, and upfront fees and charges for new franchisees as the most common revenue sources for franchisors. However, I'm well aware that there are many others, and a lot of them, in my personal opinion, are a little dubious, so I won't go into more detail here. Although I'm pretty sure I covered them in previous episodes, especially episode 1, Franchise Buyer Beware, if you want to have a look at some of the sneakier revenue streams that some franchisors generate at the expense of franchisees. The advertising or marketing fund is also worth having a really good look at. This is money that is mandatory for franchisees to pay and must go into a separate fund to be used for appropriate marketing activity. In Australia, this is regulated by the Franchising Code. However, in struggling franchisors, you will often see a number of common things. Potentially, franchisors misusing the advertising or marketing fund for activities that it definitely should not be used for. I've seen this in small and medium sized franchisors predominantly, but also know of at least one very large franchisor who has misused marketing funds on a large scale. You will also most likely notice that the funds the marketing fund should be collecting from the marketing fees is not coming in because franchisees can't afford to pay the fees. The expenditure of the marketing fund may or may not have been adjusted to accommodate this. You will very often see that the marketing fund is being spent very poorly, legally, but poorly. This is often the case because franchisors who are adhering to the franchising code know they can't spend it on themselves or head office expenses, so their care factor may reduce, especially if nothing the marketing team does actually does anything to increase network revenue. I've literally seen marketing funds in franchisors in trouble that just use the entirety of the marketing fund each week to pay for the marketing team, who couldn't actually do any marketing for the network because there were no additional funds left after the marketing team had been paid each week. In the most extreme example of this I saw, the marketing team of this particular franchisor literally just considered their role to dispense their words of wisdom to the franchisees so the franchisees could spend even more money after having already paid hundreds into the marketing fund each week on doing actual marketing activity. It's probably no surprise that the advice of the marketing team, who thought this was all a good idea, was pretty worthless. Anyway, that marketing team was given the boot pretty quickly and replaced with a slimmed down team to free up some money for actual marketing to produce actual results. Not surprisingly, things started to pick up. So don't overlook the marketing fund. The marketing fund is often the fastest way to generate some network revenue for both the franchisee and the franchisor. Marketing can and should do this. And don't let anybody tell you different, because believe me when I say there are many marketing managers and marketing teams who don't believe there is any connection between marketing and sales or revenue. So to summarize this point, consider all your financial resources and then consider if every dollar is being used as effectively as possible to generate the maximum amount of benefit for the franchisor and the franchisees. I can practically guarantee that if a franchisor is in need of rescuing or turning around, the financial resources are not being used as effectively as they could be. Okay, so that wraps up the how developed or mature under the franchisor processes section. More often than not, the bigger a franchisor is and the longer they have been in business, the more developed all of these processes should be. They should be able to explain them. Everybody in the team would have a pretty good idea how they work, and in many cases, they will be internally documented. However, if the franchisor is in trouble, there are likely to be some or many issues in each area we just looked at, and others as well. Possibly because the processes never were in place and it has been a free for all, or maybe they forgot what they set out to achieve and the processes gradually became ineffective. Or maybe the processes are just plain wrong and aren't going to achieve the desired result. With that said, let's head on to the next major consideration when looking at rescuing or turning around a franchisor. How effective is the franchisor support team? We touched on this a little bit previously, mostly from the perspective of does the franchisor support team have the appropriate positions and roles covered one way or another? So basically think the org chart and structure. Now we are going to be discussing effectiveness, which means is the support team actually contributing value and making a difference? For you, if you are stepping in to rescue or turn around a franchisor that is in trouble, this really needs to be a team by team or even a person by person analysis of what contribution these teams or people are really making, depending on the size of the franchisor, of course. The key criteria is whether these teams or people are adding value equal to or greater than the amount of resources, including time, money, and effort, that they consume. Now, there are different ways to add value. They could be contributing to the franchisee revenue, which in turn generates the franchisor's revenue. Maybe they are cutting costs, improving efficiency, and streamlining things to save franchisees and the franchisor money. Maybe they are protecting franchisees and franchisor by ensuring legal compliance or mitigating risk. Maybe they are selling new franchises, or maybe they are the glue that holds everything together and assists in enabling or empowering everybody else to do their jobs. Maybe their benefit is short term, such as franchise sales teams, which is selling franchises and attracting new franchisees, which probably shouldn't be happening if the franchisor is in trouble. But this is something that many franchisors have at the top of their short-sighted list. Or alternatively, the value might be longer term, such as a training team, for example. In order to make this judgment, though, you really need to have a very good understanding of what every team or person does, or should be doing, and what good looks like for the teams and people in these positions based on industry and best practice standards. If you don't, then it's very hard to make these judgments effectively. Not so long ago, I was working with a franchisor that had been run for a period of time by somebody with a marketing background. Even worse was that their marketing background was largely agency or consultancy work without any real background in franchising or even being required to drive a team that included anything other than marketing services as part of a marketing agency. But through good timing, fortune, and politics, he found himself running the franchise network. And he had actually abolished the entire operations team and the training team because he didn't see that these were important. The supply chain and procurement team was run by somebody who actually had no idea at all about supply chain and procurement, resulting in a supply chain that was one of the worst I'd seen in a long time. The IT team had one person in it who was trying to do the work of three or four people, and consequently, all the IT systems were highly dysfunctional and falling apart, which literally meant, amongst other things, that the franchisor had almost no usable data, and stores had a POS system that couldn't even keep track of sales accurately and was good for little more than typing in an order. To make it even worse, he reported to a mid level marketing manager who had no idea about anything related to what he actually did. The property team kept quitting so fast that each person would barely see a single project through before they left. Same thing with the franchise sales team. The HR manager was literally and repeatedly abused and belittled by the CEO for raising very legitimate issues and told to stop doing her job as it was apparently irrelevant. Finance, accounts, and legal teams were basically told the same. But what they did have was one hell of a bloated marketing team who had no clue what they were doing, achieved nothing other than fluffing around and telling everybody how great they were, while wasting the franchisee's marketing fund as the franchisees went broke. So here you had a CEO with an extremely narrow scope of knowledge that he had devalued every single part of the franchisor support structure other than the marketing team to the point where they either had no idea how to do their job, were unable to do their job, or in some cases had nobody left to even do the job at all, while the marketing team were a protected species who just did whatever the hell they liked. This is what you run the risk of getting if you have somebody who does not understand the full breadth of roles and responsibilities that should make up a franchisor support team. Now, obviously, very few people will be an expert in all areas, but I generally find the people with the best understanding generally come from operations side of the franchisor, as it is their job to combine every aspect of the support team together to deliver to the franchisees. They are also closest to the franchisees on a day to day basis and understand what is really working out there in the real world. Alternatively, if the decision makers are coming through other streams of the franchise, then they need to be quick learners, good investigators, and very good listeners who make a point of really listening to what different departments are telling them and deciphering the BS from the value. And I've certainly seen some excellent franchisor CEOs or GMs come from backgrounds other than operations at times as well. Anyway, I digress. When thinking about how effective the support team is, here's some things to consider. Number one, are they realistic about the position of the franchisor and the franchisees? If support people don't understand the position of the franchisees and the franchisor, then how can they possibly add value? The classic example here is franchisors who deliberately put their head in the sand and pretend their franchisees are rolling around in cash when they are either losing money or barely breaking even. Now, if people in roles like operations, marketing, supply chain, and procurement don't understand this, then they probably aren't working too hard to address the problem. Another one I have seen a bit recently, which is surprising, is POS systems or point of sale systems, online ordering, and customer apps that are in terrible shape barely functional, falling apart, failing continuously, or worth little more than a pen and paper, only to have the people in the head office of these franchisors that are responsible for these systems with their head in the sand, pretending that there is no problem and nothing to improve upon. They certainly aren't working to fix it because they don't even believe there is a problem. Next, when looking at how effective the support team is, number two, are they emotionally invested in the success of the franchisor and the franchisees? It's pretty simple, really. If the people in the support team don't give a flying fuck about the franchisees, then it's unlikely they are working much in their best interest. Sadly, this situation pops up more than it should. The franchisor and all the people in their team should be treating the franchisees like their most valuable customers because they are. And they generally pay thousands of dollars per week as customers in fees to the franchisor. Sadly, there are too many franchisors and support teams that I could name over time who consider their franchisees to be an inconvenient bunch of pains in the ass to be beaten down, subjugated, threatened, and preferably silenced completely. Funny enough, the people in the support teams at these franchisors will often claim it is necessary to treat the franchisees like this in order to do their job, and ironically expect the franchisees to treat their customers like gold, which is, of course, correct, but sometimes the franchisors and the people in the support team won't even see the hypocrisy of telling franchisees to treat their customers like gold while they treat their customers, the franchisees, like crap. Obviously, you need everybody in the support team, including the highest levels of the franchisor, to be 100% committed to the success of the franchisees, which then also makes it very easy to be committed to the success of the franchisor. Franchising done right is a win-win situation. Franchisees win, and then the franchisor wins. If the people in the support team aren't 100% committed to this, then they need to go. The next point kind of flows on from this, which is number 3. What level of skill and competency do they have in performing their positions? So the previous point was about attitude, and then this point is about skill and competency. Now, I've often been involved with franchisors where very few of the people in their positions had the necessary skills and competency, which is a fundamental reason why they required rescuing and turning around in the first place. But if the people in the support team had a good attitude and were committed to the success of the franchisees and doing whatever it takes for that to happen, then I can work with that. Skills and competency can be taught, and taught very quickly when people have the right attitude. I've chosen many times to work with team members who had a good attitude but didn't yet have the skills or competency, and it has worked for me. In fact, I've often been accused of promoting people ahead of their time, and it's absolutely true, because I know that with the right attitude, I can catch up that person's skill level really quickly, and combined with their existing great attitude, they will be a kick-ass team member before I could possibly find and hire the right external person. I generally prefer this to somebody who has a high skill level and a high competency level, but a terrible attitude. But sadly, what you will often find in franchisors requiring rescue and turning around is many people in the support team not only have a bad attitude, but also limited skills and competency, but a genuine belief that they are absolute guns, but of course with no actual results to show for it and an abundance of excuses. As the quality of people available in the labour market in Australia becomes less and less, being prepared to develop and train your own people up to the appropriate skill level and competency level is more important than ever. But you need to keep in mind that developing and training people requires time, effort, and somebody, who may or may not be you, with sufficient technical skills in the areas required, but also skills in training and development. Next, when we're looking at how effective the support team is, number 4, How is their relationship with franchisees? Now, this is once again a little different to the preceding points. The franchisor support team can have a good or bad attitude and a high or low level of competency and still maintain either a good or bad relationship with their franchisees. I have seen all variations of this previously. However, more often than not, you will find that if the franchisor and their support team have a bad attitude towards their franchisees, then they will probably have low competency in their support team and a poor relationship with their franchisees. It generally all goes together, particularly if the situation has gone on for some time. And this damaged relationship is the hardest thing to fix. Team members can be replaced and most can be trained and upskilled. Some will even change their attitude with good leadership or personal reflection. Now, I'm sure some will say that a relationship requires both parties to change or improve together, but we need to consider that the franchisee is the customer, and therefore the franchisor, as the service provider, is charging a lot for their fees, and they need to take the lead when it comes to repairing the relationship. It also needs to be remembered that there is a significant power imbalance between the franchisor and franchisees, and therefore, once again, it needs to be the franchisor that takes the lead as the leader of the network in changing the dynamics of any broken relationship. Just like a parent child relationship, the parent must take the lead, or in a government citizenry relationship, it needs to be the government that takes the lead in building trust, credibility, and the basis of the relationship with the people before things start to improve. I know that seems really obvious, but I've seen it a lot where the franchisor franchisee relationship breaks down and the franchisor or the support team is significantly responsible and does nothing to repair the relationship, often acting far worse than the franchisees, refusing to take their calls or respond to emails, refusing to provide support or provide any level of service whatsoever because they are sulking, much like a 3-year-old child would. I even had one head office team collectively tell me once at a meeting that all the franchisees and they aren't going to help them until they improve, obviously overlooking the fact that almost all of them were involved in roles whose job was to support and help the franchisees improve. Such a stupid statement, and ultimately almost the entire support team was cleared out pretty quickly. And for the next big thing you really want to get your head around if looking to rescue or turn around a franchisor, what is the franchisor operating environment like? Obviously, if you're taking over a video store franchise, if there are any left, it's fairly obvious that the environment has become completely impossible for the model as it existed 20 to 30 years ago. But otherwise, the environment in which many franchises operate may also be challenging in a less obvious way, potentially across the board or maybe in different regions. Most importantly, the operating environment may have changed and the franchise has not evolved with it or has not stayed ahead of it. So, firstly, when you're thinking about the franchisor's operating environment, here's some questions to consider. How competitive is the market? First thing to consider is the competitors in the market. How strong are they? How numerous are they? How well resourced are they? Do they have better locations? What is the market liking about them? Are they doing things better? When considering all of these things, it's important to drop the ego. Too often, franchises and many companies in general die because they have this massive ego that they are somehow so much better than everybody else based on their analysis of their own opinions, staff opinions, and those of loyal customers. I've lost count of how many arguments I've had with struggling franchisors over the years who are dying in the face of their competitors who will still insist to their very last franchisee that their product is better, their service is better, their experience is better, their marketing is better, their ideas are better. And well, if it was, then all the customers wouldn't be flocking to your competitors. If you are losing market share to competitors, then you are not as great as you think you are. And your competitors are clearly doing something better, at least in the eyes of consumers. Now, sometimes it may be something you can do nothing about, such as having a competitor that is simply in a more convenient location for a section of the market. But most of the time, a good hard look at yourself and or getting some genuine, objective, honest external insights or market feedback can be useful. However, you really need to choose wisely. One rather comical example of not choosing wisely I was privy to once was when I was involved with three major competitor franchisors in the market at the same time. I was a franchisee in one of the competitors and providing consultancy services to two others. The conflict of interest was fully disclosed, and I obviously had to restrict the services I could supply, so none of the three franchisors had an issue with it, thankfully. But the moral of the story was that all three of those franchisor competitors, within a few months of each other, had very proudly presented research to their network to confirm that consumers thought their product, service, and brand was the best. Now, how could that possibly be? Even worse was that each of these three competitors had paid more than $100,000 for this so called market research to be conducted. And these agencies, who were spineless or clueless or both, had just told their respective companies what they wanted to hear, i.e., one big echo chamber for each franchisor. Within a couple of years after that, one of the competitors had completely failed, another competitor was severely weakened and struggling, and one competitor had continued to grow and dominate the market. The competitor that had grown to dominate the market was not only the last to market, but was also the smallest at one stage. I actually saw a rather amusing social media post that summed this up by saying that 97% of researchers agree with whoever is funding them. So, you have to be careful who you listen to, and if you can't be objective about it, you need to find people who can. You may not like what they have to say, and I can tell you from personal experience, many franchisors, franchisees, and businesses in general are too immature to hear it, and probably only half the time when I've served up a dose of reality for different organizations have I been really listened to. And the ones that didn't listen have lived to regret it as they continue on their deluded merry way. Next, when looking at the franchisor operating environment, number 2, how essential or in demand are the products the franchisee is selling? Demand for products and trends can change a lot over time. There is very little that stays stagnant. Of course, there are the famous examples of companies that failed to recognize this despite being in the best possible position to do so. Companies like Kodak, for example, which was the world's leading camera and film manufacturer at one stage, and actually invented the first digital camera in the 70s, but decided to shelve it for fear it would affect their traditional camera film sales. Blockbuster, I think as we referenced earlier, once the world's largest video store chain, contemplated going into digital streaming just as it was becoming viable, but decided to stick with its video store model. BlackBerry, which once dominated the mobile phone market for business people and professional people, largely because of its email and keyboard feature until about 2010, failed to adapt to smartphones, insisting people wanted physical keyboards on their phone with actual buttons. These are some of the more dramatic examples, but the same applies to every market. Even food. Take McDonald's, for example. Made its focus speed in the early days and absolute simplicity with only a few options on the menu. 2 burgers to choose from, fries, and a few drinks. Now in Australia, and most countries are similar, as of today, there are 21 standard burgers on the menu, dozens of side items, and dozens of drinks to choose from. And then new promo items coming out every month. Additionally, in Australia, almost every McDonald's has a McCafe within it, which sells barista coffee and cafe items like cakes, slices, biscuits, and muffins. Yet, I still have people try to tell me that the original McDonald's succeeded because it was so simple and that therefore that will work today. Even worse is I have seen a lot of food brands try and they have all flopped. The demands of the market are not what they were in the 50s. Next, when we're looking at the franchisor operating environment, number three, you need to think about how much flexibility is there in the model to respond to different local environments and situations. So we touched on this earlier in the presentation. However, one of the most common things I've seen with small and medium sized franchise brands that are in trouble is that they have taken a model that worked in very specific circumstances, say a really trendy product popular in Bondi Beach, which for those outside of Australia is an ultra trendy mix of beachside, new age, and upmarket culture, or perhaps in a very high foot traffic area in Sydney, and then rolled it out to very diverse operating environments, everywhere from regional towns to more mainstream suburbs to ghetto suburbs, and assumed it would work just as well. And very often it doesn't. This is because those franchisors have not understood the specifics of their localized operating environment and about what has made a particular model work in a particular location. And then they are left with a whole bunch of locations that are failing. The crucial fix in these situations is always flexibility in the model to enable adaptation to diverse operating environments. This can take different forms, but might mean flexibility in the product or service offering. If you are a beauty clinic servicing affluent people in more expensive suburbs, the type of treatments you offer may differ somewhat from customers in lower socioeconomic areas and what they want. Also, flexibility in price is a big thing, and this can allow for increased cost in certain areas or cater to the need to be more competitive on price in highly competitive markets or lower socioeconomic markets. You may be surprised to learn that most QSR, fast food, and restaurant brands often have several tiers of pricing that franchisees can choose from depending on their needs, areas, and situations. It definitely also includes some flexibility around marketing and promotion. For example, if you are a lawn mowing franchise in the suburbs, you are going to want to target suburban homes and backyards. But in the inner city areas, you would probably need to target body corporates of unit complexes or private green spaces provided by office complexes. For franchises with a physical footprint, it may also include variations around what that physical footprint looks like. For example, a coffee chain may have plenty of tables and chairs for people to sit down at in a suburban setting, but very few or potentially none at locations inside or around a busy Sydney or Melbourne train station, where people will grab their coffee and keep on going. And every square metre is costing a lot of money. Likewise, often the smallest footprint possible in expensive premium shopping centres like Westfields, where every square metre needs to be highly productive to be profitable. The same coffee chain may also have drive-through sites where the opportunity arises to cater to high vehicle traffic areas, and potentially even mobile offerings such as a coffee or food truck or mobile shipping container to place at special events. The expectations around what these footprints look like can offer and how they operate to be profitable is likely to be quite different. And the list goes on. Yes, you need to maintain the core essence of your brand, but building in flexibility is what enables many successful brands to be successful in a wide range of diverse operating environments. Also, with consideration to the franchisor operating environment, number four, is the franchisor providing effective support to all franchisees, regardless of geographical location? If the franchisor has opened sites in a wide geographical area, can it support those sites? Because unless the franchisees in those areas are paying less fees, they have every right to receive the same high quality of service from the franchisor. Once again, a common occurrence in franchisors in trouble is that they have sold franchises to very diverse locations based on wherever they had someone that wanted one. And they're now stuck with, say, 30 franchises in southeast Queensland, one in Darwin, one in Alice Springs, one in Adelaide, one in Perth, one in Tasmania, two or three scattered across New South Wales, and another one in, say, New Zealand. Now, for those not familiar with Australian geography, we've covered every far flung area and corner of Australia, plus a random one in our friendly neighbours across the ditch in New Zealand. Apart from the logical pocket in southeast Queensland, the others are all separated by, in some cases, thousands of kilometres, and in some cases, massive deserts, oceans, foreign borders in the sixth largest country in the world, plus one neighbouring country. A very diverse geographical operating environment indeed. And there are no surprises for guessing which locations will often be forgotten about in poorer quality franchises, and therefore which ones are going to find themselves in trouble more often because they don't have adequate support. Now, I'm not for a second saying that a franchise shouldn't expand to different parts of the country, but there needs to be a solid plan for this. Generally, opening pockets of locations is recommended where possible. In cities, for example, to make providing on site support, supply chain, group marketing activities, brand presence, and all the rest of it much more viable. But there will always need to be some franchisees which go first. And in a country as geographically dispersed as Australia, you are still going to have single locations out there on their own. Most franchises will only ever sell one franchise in Alice Springs or Broken Hill or Mount Isa or Kalgoorlie. And these are good towns worth going into for many franchises. But they will be the only location for hundreds or thousands of kilometres. Now, some franchisors in Australia I have seen manage this geographically dispersed operating environment really well. There may be less physical visits to remote and isolated franchisees, but they are well supported through a range of other mechanisms that are easier to provide remotely now than ever before. But there needs to be some thought put into this. Sadly, in franchisors in trouble, you would generally see that these remote or isolated franchise locations have been opened without a plan, or perhaps the plan fell apart because the franchisor was incapable of seeing its support as anything other than area managers going to sites occasionally, and then didn't want to pay for all those area managers to go to those sites. And finally, when looking at the franchisor operating environment, number 5, consider, does the franchisor and the support team genuinely understand the different environments where franchisees are operating? This flows on a bit from the previous points. Australia is diverse, as are many countries, but Australia, in many ways, more so than most, being as large and geographically dispersed and varied as it is. As bizarre as it probably sounds, once again, focusing on franchisors that have found themselves in trouble, they often have no idea about the different areas and environments its franchisees operate in. If your senior executive and the majority of your support team at head office is a bunch of soy latte sipping inner Melbourne types attending arts and culture festivals, not that there's anything wrong with that, then they may not appreciate what it's like for franchisees even in suburban areas, let alone lower socioeconomic areas or middle class family areas, rural or farming areas, etc., unless they actually get out and visit these areas, listen and learn. Or, at the very least, pay attention to the people in their team that are in these areas, which is generally the area managers, or whatever term they are referred to in a particular franchise. Sadly, the area managers are generally very undervalued as a source of information, and being out in the field, they are often out of sight and out of mind, particularly once again in poorer performing franchisors, which is not only a big reason some franchisors struggle, but also a huge reason for the relationship disconnect between franchisees and franchisors, as well as area managers and operations and the wider head office support team. Now, on to the next major consideration on assessing the potential for rescuing and turning around a franchisor. How is the franchisor's relationship with third parties? So, this slide covers some typical third parties that may be of significance to a franchisor. However, each situation will obviously be a bit different. Third parties being outside, unrelated entities, such as other companies, organisations, government bodies, unions, in some circumstances. We'll look at just a few of the main and more common ones here. First is product manufacturers, and this is for proprietary products. This particularly applies to those franchisors who are getting products made specifically for them, which is very common in food franchises for many of their ingredients and products, but can also apply elsewhere as well. These products are generally referred to as proprietary products and are made specifically and generally exclusively for that particular franchise. These are often crucial to the success of the franchises who use them and have become more and more common over the years. However, once a franchisor embarks down the path of using proprietary products, they need to continue to plan and manage the process, making sure there is sufficient stock available, making sure the quality control is where it needs to be, making sure the pricing is competitive, and all of this means maintaining a good relationship and a productive and effective relationship with the manufacturers. Also, from the franchisor's perspective, they must ensure their projections are accurate, invoices are paid, and they are moving the quantity of stock they claim through their franchises, or the manufacturer is probably not going to be too impressed. Not surprisingly, in franchisors needing rescue and turnaround, expect to find stock outages, quality control issues, pricing issues, and other indicators that the relationship with the manufacturer is not working as well as it should. This then flows on to the next step in the supply chain. Number two, distributors and suppliers. These are the companies that are going to get your franchisees the products they need each week to continue operating. Once again, absolutely crucial to maintain a good relationship with these distributors and suppliers. Important things to consider are obviously whether the distributors and suppliers maintain appropriate levels of stock so nothing runs out, that they are reliable and on time with deliveries to the franchisees, they have appropriate quality control processes in place, they've got competitive pricing, and those types of things. And once again, from the franchisor end, you need to make sure that you're moving the type of quantities you said you would, which means both that the projections are accurate and the franchisees are ordering through the correct channels. The franchisees are paying their bills on time and the relationship is well managed from both ends. As you could expect, in franchisors in need of rescue and turnaround, it is very common to see that the key functions for suppliers and distributors are not being adequately fulfilled because the franchise has often become a lower priority or because they are awaiting instructions from the franchisor head office on what they should be stocking. Inevitably, as well, as franchisees struggle to survive in networks requiring rescue and turnaround, they will not be paying their bills on time, which will result in franchisee accounts going on hold, debt collection action, and potential legal action, which will inevitably sour relationships between the franchisor and franchisees and distributors and suppliers. Next, there is number three, which is the landlords. We covered this a little bit before, but it's a big one. As we mentioned, there are two schools of thought regarding how landlords and leases are managed within franchise networks. Firstly, there is a situation that was common when I got into franchising in the 90s, where the franchisor holds the lease for sites instead of franchisees and does a sublease or license for the franchisee to occupy the site. The traditional advantage of this for the franchisor meant that if a franchisee failed in a certain location, then the franchisor still had the site and could continue trading it. Or in some extreme situations, such as is common with McDonald's, the franchisor actually owns the site, which makes them the landlord as well, meaning the site is extremely secure and will always be a McDonald's until somebody in McDonald's decides otherwise. Secondly, there are those franchisors who want franchisees to hold the leases on their sites themselves, meaning that the risk, if the franchisee fails, is with the franchisee and not the franchisor. So the franchisor is not on the hook for the lease payments and obligations. So there are the positives and negatives for franchisor and franchisee, regardless of who holds the lease. However, assuming we are looking at franchisors in need of rescuing or turning around today, what you are likely to find is the negatives of each of these arrangements is coming to the forefront for the franchisor. In franchise networks where the franchisor holds the lease, you are likely to find that franchisees who are struggling have stopped paying rent under the assumption, often quite rightly, that the franchisor will not kick them out the way a normal landlord might. Why? Because it is the franchisor who holds the lease with the landlord, and it is the franchisor who will get chased for lease payments. And it is the franchisor and often their directors who have guaranteed the lease payments. Yes, the franchisor can chase their franchisee for the payments under the sublease or license and have every legal right to do so. But if they know full well the franchisee has no money and is losing money on a location, then they also know it is largely pointless. The other big issue that you are likely to find in a franchise network in a bad situation where the franchisor holds the lease is that franchisees have just walked out on their business where they see no hope, and once again, it is the franchisor who is on the hook for the full value of the lease, which in many cases can be 5 to 7 years. I've also seen other situations where overly enthusiastic franchisors have gotten themselves into trouble by signing up leases for new sites and then not actually having the resources to get those sites open or the franchisees to occupy them. In both of these last two situations, where there is no franchisee to operate the site, the franchisor is then left with three choices that themselves are not so great. Either they wear the full cost of the lease, including rental and outgoings and often defit costs as well. This can be hundreds of thousands on a basic 100 square meter site alone. They can try to get another franchisee, which is often the favorite solution, but also the least likely, especially if the network is in trouble. And any franchisee taking that site will basically be a vulture, much like I was as a franchisee, and negotiate themselves an exceptional deal to resurrect the site, knowing full well that the franchisor is desperate. Some of my deals, for example, were basically $1 for the franchise, including all plant and equipment, and 6 to 12 months free franchise fees. And the franchisors would take it because it meant I was going to pay the lease costs instead of them. And they would eventually get franchise fees after the fee-free period had ended. And also to avoid the embarrassment of closing a location permanently. Thirdly, the franchisor can operate it as a company or corporately owned location, which can be a great solution for franchisors who know how to do this, have sufficient resources, and do it well based on a model that works. However, once again, if a franchisor is in trouble, then the model possibly doesn't work. And the franchisor may not have the necessary people or skill sets to suddenly pick up and operate a franchise location or multiple franchise locations and start running them, in which case they may lose even more money than they would have with the doors closed. When franchisors do pick up a location and start running it, they will often do so with the view to sell it to a franchisee in the near future, particularly if they're going to struggle to run it. However, once again, how likely this is will depend on the shape of the franchisor and the network. If it's in really bad shape and it's going to run terribly for a franchisor as a corporate or company-owned location, then the network and the location may not be very attractive to any franchisee, even the bargain hunters. And then, if franchisees are holding the lease, you are likely to find a slightly different set of problems for the franchisor in need of rescuing or turning around. Firstly, and most obviously, you will find that franchisees are more likely to be locked out of their sites by the landlord for non payment of lease costs. Way too often, I've found that this catches the franchisor off guard, and they will be genuinely surprised to find out the franchisee hasn't paid rent for the last 6 or 12 months, or even 2 years in some cases that I'm aware of. And then any franchisee fees the franchisor was making from the location suddenly stop. Depending on whether something like a deed of re-entry exists, allowing the franchisor to take over the site if they wish, when or if a franchisee fails, goes bust, walks away, etc., depends on whether you have any hope of keeping the location alive in your franchise network. It is still going to potentially cost the franchisor a lot of money, and they will be expected to clear up all the franchisee's unpaid rent if they do choose to operate the location or give it to another franchisee. Now, obviously, this is open to negotiation in my experience, but that is a starting point. In problematic franchise networks, you may also find that unhappy franchisees negotiate directly with the landlord to debrand from the franchise to go independent or even join a rival franchise. Obviously, if there is still an active franchise agreement in place, then that would be a problem for the franchisee. But whatever arrangements the franchisee makes with the landlord is between the franchisee and the landlord. In the real world, when it comes to the leases within most franchise networks, it is often a bit of a mishmash in a majority of franchise networks, with some leases held by the franchisor and some held by the franchisees, which makes understanding the entirety of the lease situation particularly important, because this means understanding your risk and how exposed the franchisor is and in which ways. There are a lot of franchisors in Australia who have gotten themselves into trouble and even gone bust because they failed to handle the lease situation well or even pay attention. Whichever situation you find yourself in with leases, you need to be intimately aware of each situation where the risk lies. If the lease payments are up to date, if the franchisee is holding the lease, whether you have something like a deed of re-entry allowing the franchisor to take over the site when or if a franchisee fails, goes bust, walks out, etc. Every lease is an essential part of a franchisee's survival if they require a site for their franchise, and is also a massive liability of hundreds of thousands of dollars that somebody is on the hook for. Losing a site completely is extremely expensive for franchisors because they lose franchise fees. It can be more expensive if they are on the hook for the lease and don't have a franchisee to operate or can't operate it themselves. However, it can be beneficial if they do have a franchisee to operate or are capable of operating it themselves. There are a lot of variables to understand. So, with all of that complexity, potentially across hundreds of sites, how does a franchisor maintain a positive relationship with landlords? Well, firstly, it is communication. Regardless of whether the franchisor holds the lease or not, they should be listed as an interested party in every lease to ensure they get all communications, even if they are to be addressed to the individual franchisees. That means that they can jump on potential problems early, such as overdue lease payments, breaches of lease obligations, etc., and work with the franchisee and the landlord to keep everybody happy. Otherwise, taking the time to be involved with the landlord where possible shows them you are supportive of your franchisees by showing up to meetings, being involved with negotiations, participating in the landlord's shopping centre marketing activities, if applicable, addressing concerns of both the landlord and the franchisee when required, showing the landlord that their concerns are your concerns as a franchisor as well. If the landlord is not getting a positive response from a franchisee on a particular issue, maybe overflowing industrial rubbish bins, for example. Follow it up for them. Odds are it is something you don't want your franchisee doing anyway. If you are holding leases for sites as the franchisor, but it is the franchisee who operates the site and makes payments on those leases, then make sure the lease payments are made. You can't simply turn around to the landlord and say the franchisee hasn't paid the money, therefore you aren't getting paid. The landlord doesn't care. That's why they have the lease with the franchisor. To this end, one of the dumbest things I've seen is franchisors who hold the leases just putting franchisees down as the contact and telling the franchisee to pay the landlord directly. No prizes for guessing how this goes wrong when things get tough. The franchisee simply stops paying the lease costs. Then all the reminders, demands, breach notices, etc. go to the franchisee, who just ignores them. And then when a lockout happens, the franchisor suddenly finds out there is a couple of $100,000 in rental arrears and they have lost a site, all of which the franchisor is on the hook for, and their ignorance is no excuse. If a franchisor holds a lease, then they need to be monitoring the payment of lease costs very closely. And as far as I'm concerned, this means direct debiting the franchisees and remitting the money to the landlord as the franchisor. If done on a weekly basis, which is easier for franchisees to manage, it means that the franchisor knows at the first sign of trouble and isn't simply getting caught with their pants down when the situation is already disastrous. I've told this story previously, but I once took over a mid-sized franchise with literally every single franchisee behind with their lease payments between months and years. The franchisor wasn't even aware of how bad this was. They were losing at least one site a month, usually through landlord lockout, and no matter how many times it happened, they kept their head in the sand and assuming the problems were minimal. The franchisor had some leases in their name, some of which they had forgotten about, and others were held by franchisees. In all situations, the franchisor just left it with the franchisees to pay the landlord their lease payments each month and trusted that they would. In all situations, the franchisee was listed as the primary contact for the landlord communications because the franchisor didn't want to deal with it. Regardless, 100% of landlords were. Franchisees had no answers, and the franchisor was completely non responsive and generally not even a party to the conversation as situations became progressively worse. Nonetheless, by opening up communication with landlords, showing a change in management and direction within the franchisor head office, and then a change in behaviour in regards to each location, we were able to win every single landlord over. We convinced all landlords to cease legal action. We ensured no further lockouts or breaches were issued. We made sure we answered their calls and replied to their emails and gave them high-level contacts within the franchisor who would make it happen for them. We participated in promotions that shopping centre landlords wanted to run, addressed any issues they had, and became their most obliging tenants. Of course, we also had to address the massive root cause of the problems with this particular franchise, which was that every single franchisee was losing thousands of dollars per week and in massive levels of debt, as was the franchisor. But we did this, then committed to a payment plan to catch up arrears for landlords and stuck to them, or at least very close to them. Then eventually the landlords were up to date, and the landlords that had been suing us or our franchisees were now wanting us to open locations at their other centres. In many locations, we were now their favourite tenants, despite being hated a year or two earlier. So a lot to consider here in terms of the relationship with landlords, but an absolutely crucial one to understand. Closely monitor and proactively manage if you are to move forward. Next, number 4, repair and maintenance service providers. The extent to which a franchisor has relationships with maintenance and service providers will depend on the franchise, along with how consequential these are. However, similar to all the other third parties we have discussed, you can expect in a franchisor requiring rescuing and turning around that these relationships may be in trouble. In many cases, the franchisor may not even be able to use many of its former providers because the relationship is so deteriorated, particularly if the repair and maintenance service providers are not that essential, and there are many service providers in the market, both of which may often be the case. It may be easier just to find new service providers. Otherwise, as mentioned previously, going about repairing the relationship or at least trying to end the relationship on good terms or at least amicable terms, if possible, is recommended. And then next, number five, there's relevant authorities. In Australia, there are lots of authorities to contend with, along with huge amounts of bureaucracy, red tape laws, regulations, etc., which all businesses have to contend with. I've said it before, but with so much complexity, the majority of businesses are doing things wrong, often without even knowing it. That's small, medium, and large businesses. I think I've previously given the example of the hospitality industry because so many franchises operate in that space. But in Australia, the Hospitality Award has something like 179 pages of hospitality specific employment conditions and 83 pages of different pay rates for different people, ages, roles, experience, levels, qualifications, days, times, etc. And this is on top of all the standard employment legislation that exists, which is already complex. Similar awards exist across fast food, retail, and many other industries, which businesses in these industries must comply with. Then there are the businesses who knowingly choose to do the wrong thing, which is a much, much smaller contingent than the ones accidentally doing the wrong thing, and can in some cases be purely the result of one or two rogue employees or managers who do the wrong things without the hierarchy even being aware. Other times, the hierarchy, past or present, may even be the problem. Many times, these occurrences may go completely unnoticed by authorities, and many businesses fly under the radar year after year, doing many things wrong. It's kind of the problem with having so many rules and regulations is that all the various authorities can't even keep up with the monitoring and enforcement of them. However, once a business gets on the wrong side of the authorities, then they can be like a dog with a bone and just keep putting the boot in. I once stepped in to do a rescue and turnaround job on a franchisor who was in serious trouble with no less than 13 different government agencies. Originally, when I stepped in, the founder, who was running the company at the time, gave me his sob story about how he had gotten in over his head and a combination of poor head office hires, vexatious claims by franchisees and former staff had created more issues. And then burying their head in the sand or not knowing how to respond had made things worse. The list of authorities included the Australian Taxation Office, Fair Work, which is the industrial relations body here in Australia, multiple health departments, liquor licensing, immigration, ACCC, ASIC, and even police for various matters, and many, many more. And that was before we even got onto all the civil suits and litigation. Okay, I've seen it all before. It's very easy for people to get in deep and not be able to get out. And I felt sorry for this guy. It took me months to get a good grasp on it because every time I thought I'd gotten to the bottom of it, more of it would jump out from somewhere. Unfortunately, the more I got a grasp on it and the more I dug this franchisor out of it, it became obvious that the founder was just a real piece of shit. And one of those con men capable of screwing other people over without any sense of remorse. And this scumbag was getting only a fraction of what he deserved. I probably can't say much more than that for legal reasons, but suffice to say, I didn't stay around after the truth became obvious. But in terms of what to do if you walk into a similar situation where authorities are going after the franchisor, it's important to get a grasp on it quickly. Likewise, if your franchisees are in trouble with the authorities, you must get a grasp on this as well. It can obviously be very bad for a franchisee, but it also may attract headlines. It can be very bad for the franchisor and the entire franchisee network if this happens. In my experience, the authorities are usually fairly correct in their assessment, or there has been a misunderstanding. generally because communication has been poor or the business has not been very responsive or clear when it has had the opportunity. The majority of authorities, with a few exceptions who are simply headline chasers that go after the biggest names they can find for primarily political purposes, especially under the current federal government, are seeking effective resolutions to the breaches of legislation they have uncovered. Communicating effectively and politely with the authorities involved will generally make it clear what the path forward is. Following that path and being prepared to share how you have done it will generally resolve the issue and hopefully assist in getting you off the shit list so you aren't persecuted in future. Going to war with the authorities is seldom the answer, although contesting certain points that may be incorrect or wrong can certainly be done in an appropriate way. Likewise, bringing in the lawyers to wage war on government authorities is also seldom the answer, despite being what many franchisors want to do. The authorities are the government, and they have the ability to throw endless amounts of taxpayer funds at prosecuting or persecuting you if that's what they want to do. You will potentially end up spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers, which is probably far more than just dealing with the issues would cost in the first place, and then find yourself on the shit list forevermore, therefore ensuring future problems. Also, just one other point to add, if the franchisees of a particular network are repeatedly being pulled up by government authorities for serious issues, then it won't take long before the government authorities join the dots and start considering the franchisor and their entire network of franchisees an issue worthy of their increased attention. So, any franchisor needs to take action of authorities against the franchisees very seriously. Help the franchisees to resolve the issues, do their best to prevent a repeat, and definitely try to catch any potential issues across the franchisee network before the government authorities get to it. The consequences of not doing this can be very bad for the franchisor and all franchisees. Okay, on to the next major consideration. So, what caliber are the franchisees? Now, stepping into any franchise network, this is unbelievably crucial to understand. Considering the caliber or quality of the franchisees isn't towards the end of the presentation because it's less important. It is towards the end very deliberately because too many franchisors that are in need of rescuing or turning around will automatically jump straight to this explanation and say the franchisees are crap and that they are 100% of the problem. It's all the franchisee's fault. Everything up until this point in the presentation has primarily been focused on assessing the franchisor's gaps and issues first. The things a franchisor can't even pretend to blame the franchisees for before going on to critique the franchisees themselves. However, let's be really honest before going any further. Much to the disgust of many franchisors who like to use the cop out of blaming franchisees and say that the franchisees are actually a reflection of the franchisor and the decisions and actions taken by the franchisor, which will hopefully become clearer as I work my way through the upcoming points. So I never accept the excuse that the franchisees are crap and it's not the franchisor's fault. It may not always be the fault of the current franchisor head office team, and certainly not if you are coming in now to rescue the franchisor, especially if the franchisees commenced years ago and the head office team has turned over, as is commonly the case. But the franchisees did not just wander in and decide unilaterally to set up a location operating in the franchise network. The franchisor had a massive amount of control and determination in the entire process and still exerts a large amount of control as long as the franchisee is there. Definitely not complete control, but a lot. To add to this, I would also say that it is amazing to me how many head offices of different franchisors don't understand their franchisees or delude themselves about the caliber and characteristics of their franchisees, both positively and negatively, and it creates massive problems. It's no different to marrying somebody you don't understand. The marriage is never going to work until the people involved understand each other. The difference with franchises is that, unlike marriages, or most marriages, there is a senior partner in franchises, which is the franchisor, who needs to take control, and they need to make the effort to really get to know the franchisees, not just dictate. I often describe being a franchisor as going into business with hundreds or even more people you would never normally choose to go into business with, i.e., the franchisees. Business partnerships with people you do know and trust intimately are often fraught with problems, let alone people you only have limited understanding of. So it stands to reason that any franchisor must make every possible effort to know its franchisees. And obviously, if you are in a situation where you are looking at having to rescue or turn around a franchisor, it is crucial to get a handle on exactly what franchisees or business partners you may be inheriting. So let's look at some of the considerations in this area. Number one, are franchisees operating their franchises at a high level? This may seem the most obvious place to start, and it certainly is. To people who haven't been involved in franchising before or have only been involved in top tier franchises, you may think, well, of course, franchisees are going to be a high level. But here is a reality check. The standard of franchisees across the entire industry has progressively been getting worse for several decades now. There are multiple reasons for this. They include the fact that franchising will naturally attract a lot of people who don't have the ability, knowledge, or confidence to go into business by themselves and need or want the support of the franchisor. That's not a problem, just a reality that needs to be and can be well managed. There are also less and less people wanting to go into business in Australia to begin with. People are in general finding easier ways to make a living, especially if they have qualifications or skills that are in short supply, which is currently just about everything in Australia. So, what you are left with is often people who have less opportunities. And also, it has to be said that the quality of many franchisors is probably more questionable than it was in the past as well, as many businesses now see franchising as a quick way to expand and grow, even with brands and models that are half baked. Naturally, they won't attract the best franchisees, and they certainly won't make good franchisees either. So, for those reasons and others, most franchisees you will encounter in a majority of networks will not be at a level that many people would probably believe they should be. And that can take many forms. Maybe they are not very good at basic operations. Maybe they can't lead a team. Maybe they don't understand financials. Maybe they don't understand the law and the legal requirements. Maybe they have limited business acumen. Maybe they show up to work every day looking like a bum. Or maybe they don't show up at all, even though the business urgently needs management. Now, those that live in a fantasy world will likely say, oh, well, if franchisees aren't up to the level they should be, then we need to get rid of them. That is unfortunately not as easy as you think for several reasons. Firstly, they have rights, and they have paid a lot of money to have rights. If you, as a franchisor, start disrespecting those rights, then your reputation will suffer, and you are going to face legal challenges, as well you should. Secondly, if you think you can just force them to sell, assuming you are walking into a franchisor and a network that has serious problems, selling is going to be difficult because there won't be any buyers. And if there are, they are unlikely to be high quality given the position you are in as a franchisor and an entire network in trouble. Thirdly, if you think you as a franchisor can just take all your franchises back as company or corporate owned, then once again, the reality is that you are a franchisor in serious trouble, and therefore you are highly unlikely to have the money, skills, resources, people, systems, or processes to be able to manage that. So, and I speak from much experience here, turning over an entire franchise network of franchisees is a very long and slow process taking several years, and with no quick and easy solutions likely to be on the table. And once you have come to the realization that changing an entire network of franchisees for dramatically better ones quickly is not an option, then that naturally leads on to the next point. Number two, if franchisees are not operating at a high level, are they capable of doing better? Okay, perfect world. As somebody with an extensive operational and training background, I know the answer here, of course, is that they can do better. Everybody can be trained and everybody can be improved. The caveat that needs to be added to that, though, is if they want to be trained and improved. Now, I'm sure everybody is thinking, why wouldn't anybody want to be trained and improved? And for the answer to that, I need to put you in the shoes of the franchisees you are likely inheriting. They have most likely been doing this for years, longer than you, as the latest arrival in the network, they will tell you. Like everybody in life, no matter how bad they are, they're going to believe they're doing a fantastic job. In some cases, the people before you acting for the franchisor may have actually reinforced the belief that these franchisees who have no idea what they're doing are actually brilliant. I was recently talking to some franchisees that I know are not very high level operators, but nice people all the same. And their franchisor, who has absolutely no idea what they are doing, has been telling them that everybody else is to blame for their problems, except the franchisor, of course. It's the landlord, it's the suppliers, it's the customers, it's the market, it's the economy, it's the government, it's the competitors, etc., etc., etc. Basically, they were saying it is everybody except you, the franchisee, and me, the franchisor. The approach of the franchisor, which is somewhat common, was to convince the franchisee that the franchisor is on their side, which is great. They should be on their side. But they did this by making everybody else a common and false enemy, almost like a cult leader would, for which they unfortunately had no solutions and for which nothing was ever going to improve. But hey, we can be angry at the world together. So these franchisees don't consider they need training or upskilling because they have been told they are brilliant for years. Additionally, in a lot of circumstances, even if franchisees haven't been told by the franchisor for years that they are brilliant, they are certainly going to be at least personally defensive at the suggestion that they need training and upskilling, and are highly unlikely to respond well to anything they consider personal criticism, especially from a franchisor that a majority of the time they will consider as not doing a very good job themselves and is responsible for the majority of their problems, which actually may or may not be true. In almost all circumstances where a rescue or turnaround is required, franchisees are going to be stressed, tired, feel trapped, are overworked, and have probably been that way for a long time, which tends not to make people open to feedback in general. And they are potentially going to hate you, simply because you are the new face of the franchisor who they consider has screwed them and ruined their life. I mean, basically, pick your poison. Whatever the circumstance, the one thing you are unlikely to see in a franchisor and a network requiring rescue and turning around is a majority of the franchisees saying, yes, please train and upskill me. I realize I have a lot to learn. I've seen it so many times where people walk into a position with a group of underperforming franchisees in this exact circumstance and start dictating to those franchisees exactly what they need to do better. And even if the advice is 100% correct, it will mostly fall on deaf ears and get you off to a terrible relationship start with the franchisees immediately. Instead, the approach needs to be a lot more subtle and nuanced and could warrant an entire presentation all on its own. But the shortened version, start by listening to the franchisees. Hear all their gripes and problems, understand their story, what got them to this point, and what they want for the future. Get to understand them as humans as well as franchisees. The simple act of listening which in most cases of rescue and turnaround will involve letting them vent, is extremely powerful. Plus, it helps immensely with your understanding of not just them, but what is really going on in this network in need of rescuing and turning around. Initially, that is all I would do. Listen and ask some open ended questions to get the franchisees to open up. Be sure to ask how they would like to see things improve. If the opportunity presents itself, plant some subtle seeds of things that you think they could do better or differently in the future. But this needs to be done in the context of the franchisor is going to fix itself first and start doing its job properly as the foremost priority, and or address the grievances of the franchisee as well. Then go away and actually do those things that you as a franchisor have committed to doing. Earn some initial trust or credibility, or whatever you would like to call it. This breaks down so much of the initial resistance. You may feel it gets you off to a slow start, but given everything I have mentioned, your franchisee's barriers to learning and improving are primarily that they are blinded by rage or dislike of the franchisor. The time you spend breaking down barriers now will enable you to move forward far faster in the near future. Then, progressively, as the relationship improves and the franchisees start trusting you, then you can start asking for some things in return from the franchisees. And start simple. Despite the overwhelming urge to give them a list of 300 things to improve immediately, it might be as simple as, hey, I've got that dinner promotion you wanted ready to go. But before we can launch, do you think you could replace those broken tables so customers have a place to sit when they come in for your promotion? This requires good judgment to try and move things along as quickly as possible, but not so quick that all the barriers just fly back up again. The more credibility and trust you have from the franchisees, the faster you can move. In a network I used to run, people used to say that I could ask franchisees to go stand on one leg in the corner and pat their head, and they would do it. Because they had unlimited trust that if I was saying it, then there must be a very good reason, and it would be in their interest to do it, even if they didn't understand it. Now, don't get me wrong, when I first started, it was not like that. Most franchisees couldn't decide whether they wanted to kill me or kill themselves or both, as horrible as all of that sounds. But by winning their trust, doing what I said I was going to do, and putting them first, things changed, and change can be real quick in franchising because franchisees talk. When franchisees start saying that the new guy is actually doing a good job, trust him, listen to what he has to say, then that really works in your favor. It's a matter of having the crowd on your side. So, in a nutshell, start by building a relationship, credibility, and trust first before imparting all your genius ideas to upskill the franchisees. But in almost all circumstances I have ever seen, the answer to this question is that franchisees can definitely do better and operate at a higher level than they currently are. Something else to look at in relation to the caliber of franchisees. Number 3, do franchisees have appropriate business and financial acumen? I would love to say that this is a given, but unfortunately it isn't. Once again, many of the franchisees in many franchise networks probably brought into a franchise because they didn't have a high level of business and financial acumen. So it then becomes a matter of whether the franchisor taught them or whether they have learned it themselves. The answer to both of these questions, especially in franchise networks in need of rescuing or turning around, is probably no, unfortunately. Sometimes there will be certain pieces of the business and financial acumen puzzle that franchisors have focused on drumming in to their franchisees. But like any puzzle, if you look at only one piece of the puzzle, you are not going to put the whole thing together. A great example of this I've seen in food and QSR and hospitality franchises over and over again is COGS, or cost of goods sold. This is a measure of how much all your ingredients, packaging, things that you sell directly to the customers is costing you. For example, in a pizza shop, it would be the flour, yeast, oil, sugar, salt, etc. for the pizza base, and the ham, pepperoni, veggies, cheese, and whatever ingredients are going onto the pizza, as well as the box you put it in. If the customers have the option to buy drinks and garlic bread and tubs of ice cream as well, it will be the cost of these things too. Commonly, this will be expressed as a percentage, and the processes in the pizza shop need to be well managed to ensure that the right amount of ingredients and products are being used for every pizza, wastage is kept to a minimum, and stock is controlled. Very important, and if not well managed, it's very easy to lose control of. Unfortunately, the problem becomes that if it's all you know, then everything is suddenly seen through the COGS only lens. Then you start hearing things like, I've started putting less toppings on my pizzas to save on COGS. Okay, but you're probably going to lose customers because of that. Or I've stopped throwing away my out of date stock to save on COGS. Well, okay. That could make your customers sick, maybe even kill them, or at the very least, it means your product is going to be inferior quality. Or maybe they start saying, I've started buying cheaper ingredients from some dodgy guy who sells them out the back of his ute to save on COGS. Okay, but some serious safety and quality concerns there. Another one I've commonly heard, I've doubled my prices and stopped doing discounts and promotions, so my COGS percentage will be lower. Okay, but after that, how many customers are you going to have left? Another one, if I make a mistake on my pizza, I will still give it to the customer so I don't have to waste COGS remaking it. But if they complain, I will remake it. But most customers won't complain, so I win. Which is true. Most unhappy customers don't complain, but they also don't come back. And you hopefully get the idea. It happens a lot. There's the old saying, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If all you know is COGS, then everything is going to be solved with a COGS exclusive mindset. So basically, what I'm saying is understanding how the franchisee's business and financial mindset operates is important so that you can approach them with the information that is at their level. I remember I once had a group of franchisees who had absolutely no idea about anything financial, let alone a P&L, or if they were making or losing money. If they had money in the bank, they assumed they were making money. And if they couldn't pay the bills that were in front of them on that day, they assumed they were losing money. They had no idea what their break even was. They also had no accountants or bookkeepers, and nor could they afford them. I literally had to sit down with them and piles of paper, emails, bank statements, etc., and work out what their break even was and get some idea of what their P&L would look like if it was done. And that was okay because I knew that's where I was starting with them and the only way was up. Other times, and probably more commonly, I've seen franchisees who have some P&Ls, maybe not the neat and tidy ones, but available at least. But unfortunately, they've also got no idea what their break even is. Just a ballpark guess, really. Nor do they have any idea what profitability would look like at different levels. If this is you, then maybe have a look at episode 3, Magic of Contribution Margin, or download the free break even and profitability calculator from fmssupportservices.com.au. So, these gaps can be plugged. Other times, and it is a minority of times, you are dealing with really fiscally and business savvy franchisees who know and understand the dynamics extremely well. And you know you just need to focus on strategy and being supportive of those small gains and opportunities. Also, when taking a good look at your franchisees, you need to consider number 4, how is the mental health of franchisees? In the old days of franchising, when I first started, there was zero consideration given to the mental health of franchisees, with the general approach being that it is not the franchisor's business how the franchisee is coping, and in all fairness, it is often a complex one to navigate. You technically don't have the right to be prying into the franchisee's personal life, just like with employees. If their marriage is breaking down, then you certainly have to be very careful what you say and do about this, for example. However, thankfully, a lot of the time, people's mental health struggles are relatively open. And if you're walking into a rescue or turnaround situation, you can probably assume the franchisees are under substantial pressure, especially financial pressure, and are not happy with life at all. And probably this is going to be creating challenges in their personal life as well. All of this impacts their mental health. And suffice to say, if the franchisees or anybody are not in a great mental state, they are not going to be performing at their best. There are two things that I've found are required to get franchisees to open up fairly quickly. Firstly, they need to believe you are there to help and can be trusted, which comes back to something discussed earlier about taking the time to build this trusting relationship. And then they also need to believe you can help. Now, obviously, you won't become a marriage counselor, but if you can relieve some of the business stress and financial pressure, then that will free up some of their mental capacity to deal with other problems. I've seen this go real ugly in some franchise networks where franchisors buried their head in the sand. And in some of those cases, those networks have the blood of suicides, relationship breakdowns, mental breakdowns, and fatherless kids, among many other things, on their hands. Once again, the first step to prevent this is understanding it as much as possible and being conscious of the franchisor's impact on it. Oh, and one other thing I will say that really pisses me off, there are some great organisations out there providing mental health support services to corporations for their team, and I've certainly used these same services to support franchisees and their teams as well. In the past, it was especially used for dealing with people affected by workplace trauma, such as armed robberies or a death in the workplace, but has increasingly branched out to cover franchisees and their teams for general mental health matters as well. Having something like this is great, but it doesn't then give the franchisor license to go on franchisees' ass and tell them that if they are feeling sad, speak to the mental health support services provided, which unfortunately is how some franchisors use this service. As if the fact a franchisee can speak to a psychologist or therapist over the phone makes everything they do to the franchisees okay. And the next point kind of flows on a little bit from that. Number 5. Are franchisees still emotionally invested in their franchise or capable of being re engaged? By emotionally invested, I mean, do they still care? Or can they be re engaged or inspired to care again? Sadly, in situations where a rescue or turnaround of a franchisor and the entire franchise network is required, there are going to be a sizable percentage of franchisees who have become fed up, angry, and disengaged to the point where they truly hate not just the franchisor at that point, but their own business and potentially life itself, which in many cases is understandable. And even if you don't think it's understandable, it is their reality and you will have to work with that. It's important to get an understanding of this early in terms of which franchisees are still engaged, which franchisees aren't, but can potentially be re engaged if you show them some light at the end of the tunnel, and which franchisees have no hope of being re engaged. With those that are engaged, great. You can probably make some quick wins with those franchisees so long as you don't disengage them. With those that are disengaged but can potentially be re engaged, it's important to earn their trust. Listen to what they want and figure out what it will take to re engage them. Hint, you will need to do or show them something that they want. It won't happen by magic. An example of what not to do, which I saw a very poor CEO in the industry do, is go around and lie to franchisees, telling them everything they want to hear with no intention of delivering any of it. So you can go back and hide in your office and tell the board everything is good now. Incidentally, this same CEO also believed all the problems in the network, which were many, could be solved by simply chatting to franchisees instead of actually fixing problems and addressing the issues. What he didn't understand was that this just kicks the can down the road a little bit. And the more you do it, the less likely anybody is to believe it in the future. But I guess his main concern was just hanging on to his inflated paycheck one quarter at a time. So I guess it met his own selfish needs, if nobody else's. Anyway, obviously, there will be some franchisees who are simply not going to be able to be re engaged. And for them, the answer is not too dissimilar to what the medical profession would call end of life care. It's about trying to make their remaining time, given that it probably isn't easy for them to sell, as painless as possible. This will mean different things in different situations. Obviously, if there is a way to assist them in selling, then that is usually the best option, but also hard when the whole network is tarnished and the franchisee business is probably not doing very well either, because very few people will want to buy into that. Potentially, this may be a franchise that can be bought back by the franchisor. But if the franchisor is in urgent need of rescue or turnaround, then odds are they don't have the money, skills, resources, people, systems, or processes to do this without making things substantially harder for themselves. Something I have found to be useful in situations where a franchisee is completely disengaged is to assist them in hiring and appointing a good quality manager to run the business for them. This becomes a person that a proactive franchisor can work with to improve and grow the business, even without the franchisee showing any interest. Of course, some franchisors just take the approach of waiting for the business to die. I've seen a lot of this amongst poorer quality franchisors who just figure it is some type of natural selection and that bad and disengaged franchisees fail and their businesses will close and the franchisor just moves on. The problem with that is that eventually you end up with no franchisees because so many are failing through your natural selection process, and there is nobody to replace them because your brand and network now has a reputation for franchisees failing. And even worse, the franchisor doing nothing to help them. Of course, this then flows on to less franchisees, less revenue, less buying power, less brand power, and a snowball approach into irrelevance. As far as I'm concerned, the acceptable franchisee failure rate in a good franchise network should essentially be zero because the franchisor should be using their skills and resources to intervene well before a complete failure occurs. Although, if it's more than 5%, I think that is a very serious problem. Sadly, I know a lot of franchise networks where it is 50% or more, and some where it is even approaching 100%. And the only way they keep going in the short term is by using slick sales techniques to try and sell more franchises as fast as they are failing. But that will only work for a little while for reasons we've already discussed. The moral of the story in a rescue and turnaround situation is to continue to keep the franchisees who are already engaged still engaged. Try and re engage whoever you can, and then work on an alternate plan for those who can't possibly be re engaged. And finally, when assessing the caliber of franchisees, you need to have a look at each location and then understand. Number six, are franchisees actively managing their franchise, or do they have an appropriate management structure in place? This is often closely linked to the previous point. Disengaged franchisees definitely don't want to be managing their business day to day and often won't be, having just decided to stop showing up. However, often, if they are still managing their business day to day, it can be a real negative, which impacts the rest of the team, as well as customers and the overall business performance. Franchisees who are engaged are much more likely to be involved and actively managing their business, but not always. Some franchisees can be engaged and paying very close attention to their business while employing somebody else to manage it day to day. As my time went on and I purchased different franchise businesses myself over the years and particularly where I had multiple franchise businesses and was often performing roles elsewhere at the same time, I had management teams in each location, but I still paid very close attention to what was going on in each location. It is much easier today with remote access to real time business data, particularly through modern POS systems and bookkeeping systems, security camera systems that can be accessed remotely, feedback that is often submitted digitally, and mobile phones and emails that enable you to have communication with management practically anywhere. In fact, pretty much everything tech orientated enables you to be highly aware of what is going on in your business, even if you are on the other side of the world. So, a franchisee can be engaged without necessarily being continually present in their location, as was expected in the old days. It is definitely a different skill set managing locations remotely compared to managing them on site, but still definitely doable. The reason it is important for you to understand as somebody potentially entering a rescue and turnaround situation of a franchisor and franchise network is because it helps you understand what approach is going to be required. As I mentioned, the skill set required to manage the franchise location on site versus remotely is different, which means you will need to assess if franchisees have the required skill sets for the management strategy they are attempting to implement. A big part of this consideration, if a franchisee is not managing their business location day to day, is do they have an appropriate management team in place? I realize it's very egalitarian to believe that a team of people will just cooperate together to manage a business based on their intrinsic motivation to do the best job they can, or maybe out of an extrinsic motivation of wanting to keep their job and continue earning their salary and wages each week. And there may be a small number of cases and individuals for whom that may work. But the vast majority of the time, this has no hope of working, and the larger the team of people involved, the less likely it is to work. In Australia, in particular, people are increasingly viewing a job as a right with less and less responsibilities. Research continually shows that when people are left unsupervised, they are less and less productive on average. Of course, there are definitely exceptions, though. This is where the presence of management is really important. Good quality management will keep people motivated, train people, maintain standards, control costs, keep customers coming back, etc., etc. Good quality management is leadership, it's coordination, it's focus. In the franchises I've owned, which were all QSR, fast food, or hospitality franchises, depending on the size, I would have a restaurant manager, one or two assistant managers, and a collection of shift managers to oversee every shift and all team members. There was never a time when it wasn't clear who was in charge at any time of the day or night, or when it wasn't clear who was running and ultimately responsible and accountable for each location. But anyway, the point of this was that you must first understand how each franchise location is being managed day to day. Not just assume it is managed the way the franchisor would like, as I commonly see, and then figure out if and how you can realistically improve on that or work effectively with that. Okay, on to the next topic. Are there critical issues that are an immediate threat to the entire network? By this, I basically mean it's going to have a big and imminent impact. Normally, this will fall into certain categories. So, some things you want to look at to try and ascertain whether you're likely to have this problem and whether these immediate threats exist. Number one, you want to look at what is the current financial situation and how sustainable is it? If a franchisor requires rescue and turnaround, this could mean they are running on a knife edge and need to continue monitoring everything extremely closely day to day or week to week. Or this could mean the franchisor is completely out of money and access to finance, cannot pay its head office wages, and essential costs are well overdue to the point where it simply will not be able to operate any further. It would be nice, but probably not likely in a rescue and turnaround situation if there is still a large amount of funds available or good access to finance. However, if this is the case, it probably means the franchisor has hit the alarm early, and that's great news. Obviously, for legal reasons, I'm not going to give anything that may be construed as financial advice here, and there is an infinite amount of detail that would need to be understood in each situation. But in my experience, there is very often still some room to restructure intelligently and objectively to give yourself some breathing room in most situations. But the first step is to understand it, and if the current situation isn't sustainable, then don't stick your head in the sand as so many businesses do. If you can't figure it out yourself, then get additional help urgently. Also, number two, are there legal matters, lawsuits, and legal action taking place against the franchisor, including from franchisees, authorities, landlords, suppliers, and other outside parties? If things have been ignored and have simply degenerated to the stage where the franchisor is heavily weighed down by legal action, particularly legal action that, if successful, will spell the end of the franchisor, then this is a big and imminent problem. Legal action and defending against it is extraordinarily expensive, and the cost of losing it is often even more expensive, especially by the time the other side has added their legal costs onto whatever compensation or amount they may be seeking. If you're going to be entering a rescue and turnaround situation with a lot of these matters hanging over your head, then you need to really understand them. Generally, my advice is to negotiate, especially if the franchisor is clearly in the wrong. However, obviously, each legal matter is different, and at the point where a dispute or issue has gone to lawyers, you now probably need some advice from your own lawyers on how to proceed. As usual, this is just my general thoughts and does not constitute legal advice. Then, also, in relation to imminent threats, number three, is there adverse media attention against the franchisor? Normally, you will know fairly quickly these days if an organization is facing negative media attention. A quick Google search will tell you if there is anything current, but also worth understanding if there is anything that may blow up in the immediate future. Once the cat is out of the bag on negative media attention, the only real way forward, in my opinion, is to address the root cause. Ensure that you do everything proactively that you can to prevent further negative media coverage or be seen to respond well publicly. And then try and bury it under a pile of positive media coverage, even if it is just industry fluff pieces that will push the bad stuff further down the search results and make it harder to find by the average person. If it's really bad, then there are agencies that specialize in managing these types of PR crisis situations, but they're generally expensive, which you may or may not be able to afford if you are already a franchisor in need of rescuing, and will largely just do the more detailed version of the playbook I just mentioned. When it comes to negative media attention, prevention is always better than cure. So be aware and proactive on preventing situations getting to the media in the first place. Generally, there are warning signs and prevent it spreading widely. If there is stuff brewing, you need to know ASAP. And now, on to the last consideration, which is thinking a long way ahead. But in my experience, it is definitely worth thinking about in advance, if only for your own sanity. So, if rescued and turned around, will the franchisor sustain the changes? Here I'm talking about if you come in and fix everything in a senior management role or as a consultant and then eventually move on. Will the organization keep everything going on the same path after you leave? Now, I'm sure the initial response from most people is, of course, they will keep everything going. They will see the results, they will see the difference, and they will continue it on as it just makes sense. But in my experience, the answer is often not, much to my frustration and much to other people's frustration in the same situation. Here's some things to think about. Will they simply go back to doing what they were doing previously? Perhaps before I even answer that, I should go back to something I said at the very beginning, which was that this entire presentation was built around the premise that if you are stepping into a rescue and turnaround situation, you will have the ability to make effective changes and improvements and not just carry on a failing legacy. If the franchisor in need of rescuing or turning around will not even allow you to do what is necessary because of the people above you, whether that be more senior management, boards, the owners, or whatever, then simply don't bother. You will do your head in. I've made the mistake of working with organizations before who will say they need massive improvements and dramatic changes, but essentially need everything to stay the same. Yep, it really is as dumb as that sounds. These days, I do my absolute best not to ever get on board with something like that, just to smash my head against a brick wall of stupidity every single day. However, in relation to the actual question of will the franchisor go back to doing everything that they were doing previously once you leave, 50% of the time, I say, unfortunately, yes, for a variety of reasons. I've sadly found organizations bounce back to old habits or even different bad habits. Why? Different reasons. But here's a little of what I've seen. Commonly, particularly if you are inheriting an existing team with bad habits, those habits are a lot more ingrained than people like to believe. Once you leave, there is a significant risk they will revert back to those old habits after having entertained your ideas for a period of time. They will potentially have convinced themselves that you just got lucky with your results, that they were unlucky with their previous results, and their previous way of doing things is definitely better for whatever reason. Other times, they will think that because the franchisor and network is in a much better position now, the ideas that didn't work so well previously will work now. They simply don't understand that it's the ideas and the way of doing things that was the reason for the franchisor and the network getting into trouble previously. Sure, they may humor you, nod and smile as required, and even go along with what you say for a while you're there. But creating real mindset change is much harder than getting lip service from the team. I've seen this type of behavior play out continually for me and many others at every level. I've seen it at location level with individual franchise locations. I've seen it in many departments within franchisors, and I've seen it with entire franchisor and franchisee networks. We like to think people are far more logical, rational, and evidence driven than they really are. Then, equally as common are those people who will come in after you with a firm belief that they need to stamp their authority on things by making dramatic changes. These are the people that come in and bag out their predecessors, even if the results show nothing but improvements, growth, and success. Rather than keeping a good thing going and tweaking or improving it while paying close attention to the results, they throw the baby out with the bathwater and rip everything to pieces. They believe leadership is stamping your feet really hard and kicking the of anybody that doesn't fall into line. They love yes people because it makes them feel powerful and right. They severely discourage discussion and different ideas. They would cherry pick data if they use any data at all. They often choose to ignore data altogether in favor of their own unique understanding of circumstances. Anybody getting in their way or who disagrees, regardless of their results, will be removed, and their leaders will often surround themselves with people that were subordinate to them previously in other organizations. Not because they were good people, but because they know those people will say yes and stay in line. I'm certainly not against bringing good people from previous workplaces, but it needs to be for the right reason, not because they would kiss ass and say yes all the time. It's not uncommon to see these people crashing and burning organizations and taking them backwards by every measure, only to justify it as necessary to go backwards in order to go forwards. A necessary cleaning of house, or some other cliche. They may consider it getting rid of the trash. I know one franchisor where I listened to the CEO literally tell the head office team they were going to run some franchisees out of the business and bankrupt them. The reason? Because these franchisees spoke up and criticized the franchisor. And they were actually right to criticize the franchisor because the model had major problems and the franchisor had major problems. 18 months or so later, two-thirds of the locations had shut and the rest were either just breaking even or losing money, with the franchisor still insisting they were on the right track. Now, just to be clear, not all franchisees were intentionally and actively run out of the network. Many just failed as a result of the broken franchise system. In my experience, these statements are extremely dangerous. The reality is that for all the franchisors I've seen pull out these kind of statements, almost all of them eventually fail completely if management continues with this attitude. Occasionally there is an exception, but they are the minority. There are a lot of franchisors who have seen their network lose 80% or more in just a few years while insisting they are going forward. Even just before the franchisor goes into administration, they will still be insisting they are on the right track. Now, a lot of this can be mitigated if you have the luxury of appointing your replacements, and especially if they are replacements that have been developed under your tutelage, as opposed to people hired off the street. And most risky of all, people hired off the street without your involvement. And whether you will have this depends a bit on the next point. Number two, does the ownership or senior executive need to be replaced? Ultimately, if there is one thing I have found out, it's that the people above you can tear down all your hard work very quickly. If you are lower or mid-level management or a consultant, then that may be the senior executive. However, if you are the CEO, the organization will still have owners and shareholders or a board who can either be the biggest asset or a massive hindrance. In a privately owned franchisor, of which there are many, when they are a hindrance, it may be because they are too involved, even though the organization has exceeded their capabilities and skill level, or potentially because they have very limited involvement. And then when they need to make a decision, such as appointing a replacement CEO, they have no real idea what has produced results and what has failed, and can be easily persuaded the wrong way and make inappropriate decisions. This may seem hard to believe, but one example comes to mind of a franchisor which had a very well-meaning board, but they kept being given the mushroom treatment by some very entrenched executives for a number of years, which is kept in the dark and fed shit. So much so that this board would believe anything this small group of executives told them, despite the evidence to the contrary. The board, which consisted of a number of founders, was now so removed from reality that anybody who tried to draw their attention to the reality, including many head office employees, many executives, many franchisees, and even a recent chairman of the board brought in for his external expertise, were successfully removed or silenced for disagreeing with the doctrine, no matter how much evidence they submitted. The board simply could not make appropriate decisions. Certain senior executives had created a nest purely for their own benefit, certainly not for the benefit of franchisees, and anybody in the employment of the franchisor who was not going along with this was effectively and quickly knifed. The numbers indicated a big problem. The staff turnover indicated a big problem. The HR manager was consistently in tears because of the rampant abuse and bullying to keep the whole con job going. Almost everybody from outside the organization that joined went in and out the revolving door in quick succession within months of starting, with the most experienced and highest achievers leaving fastest. This is a pattern I've seen a lot, way too much. So ultimately, if the organization stumbles across some good people And even if they are permitted to achieve a rescue and turnaround on some level, it will never be sustainable under these circumstances. So it's really important to consider the hierarchy. Many people make the mistake of believing they can change the thinking of the hierarchy, which is definitely possible if the hierarchy is open to it and objective in their thinking. But this is what you really need to understand before proceeding. And then the very last point. Number 3, what will be in it for you if you succeed? The very last thing I will say is that if you are taking on the massive task of a rescue and turnaround of a franchisor, make sure there is something substantial in it for you. And by that, I mean something in writing and in your contract, not some vague BS promise of we will sort it out later. I'm personally a big fan of being rewarded and indeed rewarding others when they achieve targets, improve profitability, etc. I often don't ask for a massive amount up front or week to week, but definitely want a cut when the massive loss becomes a big profit. But you work out what's right for you, obviously remembering that the franchisor or any company in need of rescuing or turning around probably doesn't have a lot of money to pay people up front in most cases. If you think the organization is going to be so grateful for your efforts that the rewards will come and they will look after you down the track, then I would say sometimes they will be, if they appreciate and understand what you have done. If they don't understand it or consider it luck or good fortune that you made a difference, then maybe they won't. Other times, they may seek to simply make more money by cutting you and other people out and assuming the results will somehow take care of themselves moving forward. A lot of people, not just in business but in life, are driven by greed far more than ethics, despite what everybody likes to think. If you think staff whose jobs you save will appreciate you, they might for a few months, although I find it less and less these days as employees in Australia increasingly consider a job a right and an entitlement, not a privilege or something to be earned or dependent upon mutually beneficial relationships. I would also say that I've personally lost people I considered friends over the years who have called me in to save their companies, but because I told them what was needed to save the company instead of what they wanted to hear, they no longer talk to me. Believe me, if you are going to fix things that are broken, unfortunately, the people that broke it are going to need to face some hard truths. Many will be too immature or blind to see it and definitely don't appreciate hearing it. If you think the franchisees will appreciate your efforts, they certainly will for a while. But in my experience, within 2 years max, they often start taking it all for granted as well, especially as new blood enters the network who have never known anything except success. I remember one example that pretty much summed this up in a franchise network I was running where I took over and every franchisee was losing thousands per week and in hundreds of thousands of dollars debt, and the franchisor situation was even worse. But within 2 years, the situation had reversed markedly, and there was one particular franchisee who had a site when I first started that was losing about $3,000 per week and in massive debt, who thought his life was over while he worked himself to death all day, every day. About 2 years later, he was not only out of debt on his first location, he was making $3,000 to $4,000 per week profit on that location. He had bought a second location that was so profitable, he managed to pay it off inside 6 months and was now pulling $6,000 to $8,000 profit per week from that second location. ROI was off the charts. He barely worked anymore. In fact, I was surprised he could even find his locations anymore. He was there so seldom. But nonetheless, he had turned up to meet me at one of his locations this one day, dressed in his board shorts, singlet, and flip-flops, and told me he was disappointed that the franchisor wasn't doing more to help him. When I asked him what exactly he meant, he said he just felt that he should be making even more money than he already was. He had totally forgotten where he had come from and what we had done for him over the last 2 years. And instead of gratitude, he was now believing he was entitled to even more and that it wasn't enough. A few of my other rather negative experiences after having done rescue and turnarounds over the years. I had one former quite large Australian franchise I ran the corporate division for, which was all the stores owned by the franchisor. I inherited it, losing a few $1,000,000 per year, and spun it around to make it profitable with the help of an excellent team within just 3 months. They restructured me out of the company at the end of my second quarter because my profit share got too big, along with a whole bunch of other executives and other key people that were part of the franchisor head office, mostly because their bonuses and profit share had also gotten too big. A very stereotypical private equity move, I guess you could say. They then replaced us with cheaper alternatives, started going backwards fairly quickly, and were in administration a few years later. At least they acknowledged the work I had done, as they told everybody associated with the corporate division the day after I was restructured out that we need to keep doing everything exactly as Shaun has done. Sadly, they didn't or couldn't, and as I said, they went bust a few years later. Another company I was a GM for saw 12% top line sales growth in 6 months to break new records, reversing their previous downward trend. The corporate division moved from an EBITDA of minus 30% to positive 16% within a quarter, and a 75% reduction in location closures. But they had the gall to call it luck before they decided my position and the position of others who contributed was no longer necessary. After I left, they picked up right where they were before I started, going backwards, losing money on corporate locations, and closing franchise sites. Another one, and the one that probably made me realize just how up it can be in these situations, is a franchise network that I took over in horrible shape and worked massive hours for, loaning my own money to the franchisor and many of the franchisees to keep them afloat. I agreed to work for peanuts for a period of time and didn't even take my salary most weeks in the beginning because it was necessary to pay others and keep the franchise network going. Anyway, several years later, the network was flying high, more than doubling location numbers, tripling average location sales, increasing the resale value of locations by nearly 600%. Average franchisee EBITDA had gone from a massive negative to between 14 and 21%, well above the industry average, and franchisor EBITDA was at nearly 50%. Not only getting the owners out of debt, but making them filthy rich, all for doing absolutely nothing other than getting out of the way. Eventually, though, the owners wanted to step in as the directors and take on day to day management of the franchisor company themselves because they thought they could make even more money if they stopped wasting it on silly things like a CEO, head office team members, staff bonuses, profit share, marketing, support for franchisees, etc., etc. And I guess it fulfilled their ambition to be heads of a successful, rapidly growing company, which was totally their prerogative as the owners of the franchisor. So I agreed to resign after their requested 6 month handover period so things would go smoothly. They still, to this day, owe me a lot of money. And then I find out they continued to act as if I was running the company well after I left, making and breaking contracts, agreements, leases, making dodgy deals, and doing all sorts of unethical, disgusting, and potentially illegal things, impersonating and acting as myself. That has cost me well into six figures on lawyers to deal with, and for which I am still dealing with the ramifications of until this day. Now, don't get me wrong, I made very good money for many of those years, but it was an absolute fraction of what I made for others, especially considering what I am still owed and what I have had to spend on lawyers since. I trusted them and believed they would be appreciative and do the right thing by me, just as I had done for them. So I obviously have to stick up my hand and say that I should have protected myself a lot better. I should have been more cautious and on guard. And if I had foreseen what I know now, I never would have helped them. So please, look after and protect yourself. If you decide to rescue a franchisor or anybody else's business for that matter, it is a massive amount of hard work and generally one of the hardest things you will ever do. There are a lot of great franchisors and business owners out there who will do the right thing by you. And I've certainly worked with many of them as well. But there are some who won't. And then there are the ones who will sell their own mothers for a buck. So imagine what they will do to you when you are no longer valued, available, or needed by them. If the steps you take to protect and look after yourself aren't needed, then there is no harm done. If they are needed, you will be very grateful you took this advice. So, hopefully, this presentation about some considerations, if involved with rescuing and turning around a franchisor and franchise network, has been useful. I realise that this was one hell of a lot of information and commentary dumped on you in one hit. If you are listening on audio and struggle to follow along, I would definitely suggest watching the video format with the notes on the screen. That will help it make a lot more sense. If you have any questions, please feel free to email us at info@fmssupportservices.com.au for a personalised, confidential, and definitely free response. Otherwise, if the option is available at the point of download, feel free to leave any comments or your questions in the comments section or on Facebook or LinkedIn or wherever you have found this link, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. I should also mention that if you are secretly listening to this without wanting your franchise or superiors to know, which I've had a few people now say in relation to previous presentations, and want to make contact confidentially to discuss anything without your franchise or bosses knowing, then please do so. Your secret is safe with me. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you download your podcasts from. If you have any suggestions or requests for further topics, please let us know and we will add them to the list. If you found this useful, please leave us a positive review and a 5-star rating, as it will assist the algorithms in sharing this with other people that may find it useful. Otherwise, if you know anybody that may benefit, please feel free to share this link directly. Thank you for listening. I will speak to you again soon.